Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, September the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Well, yeses and let me know, you guys. Thank you, Green. And Torty, as always, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, so you guys can hear me and see my screen. Well, before we get rolling here, my goodness. Now, first of all, thank you, William, for that. The CRBP, it's front and center right here. You can see that. What imagine being in this stock, even in the pre-market, it was still at $52. Now I looked at the Novo, this is an obesity play, I guess. I looked at NVO, and when you read it at the beginning, just give me a moment. It looks like has adopted a positive opinion. A positive. Everything looked positive, positive, positive for NVO, and NVO just getting hammered also. And you said that this is dragging down CRBP. So do they have a stake in? Are they tied together? I mean, I know they're both obesity plays, but anyway, I wish you luck, William. Now, Roman, when if you're talking about the posts that I put in the room and you're hearing that ringing, these are just stocks that are active for the day. Or I shouldn't say active for the day, they're active in the pre-market. We don't know if they're going to be continuing to be active during the day. So if you can see my screen, you can see what I'm looking at right now. Okay. So there's Battle, BATL, 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 more than doubling after the company announces it has amended its merger agreement with Fury Resources, etc. Okay, so there is a press release for this one. I think there was one also for LFLY. I don't know if there actually was one. It's a fairly recent reverse split. I'm sorry. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. LFLY. I don't see any news on this one. It's a cannabis play, so I don't see any specific news on this one. It's a massive move though. There's got to be something going on through the 200-day moving average. Before I mean, are the cannabis plays all jumping? Let me take a look at MSOS. The answer is no. So something's going on with Leafly, guys. I don't have any headline on this. I'm just looking at my headline news and Interactive Brokers. I do not see anything regarding Leafly today. Banzai, BNZI, popping, and this is a recent reverse split. Okay. So this is a recent 1 for 50 reverse split. I don't know if they came up with some news today. Yeah, I don't know if they came up with some news today, but it is popping. I mean, the reverse split has already happened, so it's not effective today, anyway. So that 28 million in the float, more than likely divide that by 50. Into, my goodness, no kidding. INTU. Is it affecting it though? Yeah, a little bit. But is that today, John? See, I mean, that's from the 12th. I'm just looking for today. Okay. Oh, was it today? Was it effective today? The bonsai? Okay. See, this is from the 12th. Well, this says it was effective September 19th. Okay, John? It says it was effective September 19th yesterday. The reverse split for Banzai. You guys were talking about NBY. Well, it got close to got a little bit over a dollar for you guys, NBY, but now it's pulled back to 83 cents. Had some news, deal to sell assets of eye care brand, of its Avanova brand to a private eye care company physician recommended nutraceuticals. So that was the deal with NBY. Tried to get above a dollar or at least stay there. Couldn't do it so far. Tenon, TNON. I think I had a little press release also today. TNON company announced the issuance of 3 notices of allowance for patent applications from the UPSTO. Okay, so a little bit of news for TNON. See if any of these are still hanging around. Yeah, GDHG. I don't see any news on it. Again, I'm just looking at my headlines and Interactive Brokers. I don't see any specific news on it. A lot of volume. China stock, a lot of volume. 6 million. Now we have it as a big float, 165 million in the float. So if that's true, I mean that's a massive move. 23% with that float. I'd have to check another website. This is a little earnings play, guys. AENT is an earnings play. AENT is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume, but 21%. Probably a low float. Yeah, 3 million. So you never know. With that float, the fact that it is an earnings play, what sort of room does it have? 289 is the next high in the weekly chart. Now, FedEx is an earnings play and just getting hammered down. Look at this. What a move down. Quarter of a billion in the float, down 13% through the 200-day moving average. So if you can see my daily chart, you can see the green line there is the 200-day moving average. So FedEx moving down on earnings. Yeah, SMR, I didn't have that on my list, but I'm hearing it now. SMR is, let's see, where could it go before it hits that next high? 1031 is the next high on the daily chart. It's right there. So actually, the next high on the daily chart is, I think it's over 10. No, 1070, over 10, over 11. 1075 is the next high looking left for SMR. How's the NNE doing? Yeah, I know Steve has been in this one for a while. SMR, I think he's been in and out of SMR for a while. So NNE is, drifted down for the last few days, but let's see if it drags or SMR drags it up a bit. And CREV, CREV. So I think there was some news on this one. I don't see any news today. This is not the carbon. When I saw this headline, carbon and Keystone Industries, but that is not the carbon. Okay, I don't think so. Anyway, the carbon revolution, because it seemed to have something to do with the 3D printing, and no, according to this is an EV play. So I don't know what the deal is for this one today. I really don't know, but it's 1.84 million in the float, so definitely a low floater. Ooh, William, I'm not liking this for you. I don't know what you're doing on it now. This is just, yes, I have KSPI. I actually had that on my list. KSPI, that was one that got slammed down by that Wolf Research yesterday, and it's all not quite. Now it's got another $8 to go. That's where it started yesterday, and we're going all the way down to $90. The low yesterday was 90, so back up to 107. I don't know if they've further tried to defend themselves. This was the only thing we saw. Yeah, so I don't see any other defense by them. boy, there's still shares available at, no, I'm not gonna short this, but wow. Can you convert any top window into a tile? You're talking about this? You're talking about, like, when you say a tile, you can convert a topless window into an alert window, if that's what you mean. Yeah, you can do it. I can't help you right now, okay. But if you hang around, I can show you how. It's easy. It's just a time saver, that's all. I mean, you can obviously take your, topless window, any topless window you've got, okay? And, if your topless window, it doesn't have a lot in it in terms of the filters, you can just recreate an alert window with the filters that you've got, and then the trick is, what are you gonna use as a trigger, you know? What are you gonna use as a trigger? New high of the day, new low of the day, 5-minute high, whatever, but you have to have a trigger. You can just take any topless window, sure, and convert it. But the trick is, what are you then going to use as a trigger for your alert? Good grief, this is unbelievable. All right, guys. So there's really no economic indicators today that are up, but the market is starting to. I mean, we had a nice high up here, but now market is starting to give it up a little bit. So the market is a little bit weak to start. Because I don't think there is anything. I think there were only a couple things that I saw. Yeah, actually, there's nothing that I can see. 1 p.m. I mean, the Baker Hughes rig count. Parker's going to have a talk at 2 o'clock. One of the Fed presidents, but other than that, there are no economic indicators that are going to affect the market coming out at 10 o'clock. Well, GLMD, I did have that on the list, but I suppose it's still in play to a certain extent. Yesterday was 1370. I'll put an alert there. Maybe it takes it out. Yeah, there are enough. Fidelity seems to be having a lot of shorts now these days. Interactive Brokers has shorts also available, 124,000. And I don't know. I would have liked to have known how many there were up here when the price was at 51. NVO, well, the next low looking left is 128.30 for NVO. So it's almost there. If it takes that out, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average down at 126. Yeah, about 126. So the next low looking left for NVO is 128.40 actually. So it's 35 cents from that. But if it does take that out, then there's the 200-day moving average. It could hold it up. This one's getting slapped also, this ARQ. Okay, now where could it go? Yeah, $5. $5 could, well, you can look at this weekly chart, yeah. $5 could hold it up. I don't know what the new, they're doing a financing, announcing the pricing of the 25 million at 525 a share. So it's basically at the financing price. Okay, so, well, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening as this market is, slightly weak to begin. Well, before we talk about the major sectors, look at uranium, guys. URA. Look at URA. So uranium's having a day. Look at that, up 4%. This is the link to my scans work. Yeah. So if you're talking about this, the link to my scan. Now, if it's grayed out, okay, that means you must have a very old version, okay, of the cache version. If just click here, if you can't click on it, then just the control key press down on your keyboard and hit the refresh, a little refresh symbol, okay? If that's what you're talking about. Yeah. So, well, Mazava, I don't know how to help you. Give me a moment. I'll try one more time. But I mean, when you click on what you're talking about on my homepage link, well, again, if you're looking down here and it is not blue like this is what I'm saying to do. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and hit the refresh key. Okay, that refresh key that I'm pointing at. And when you do that, it should become clickable again. Okay. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe you're using an old cache version of my homepage. Now, so yeah, something's happened with uranium. That's a massive move for uranium, guys. So these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, almost 89% of them are down from Friday's close. Okay. So maybe click on this. Okay. This is my homepage link. Maybe click on that. You probably have just an old cache version of it. So, tech stocks, 77% are down from yesterday's close. Now, again, it doesn't mean they're all crashing, okay? I mean, the worst one is IT, and it's down 0.27%. It just means, down from yesterday's close. Uh, so energy, 89% are down from yesterday's close. Now, with that, having said that, look at uranium, guys. Uranium on fire today, which probably helps SMR, perhaps. I am on vacation next week, yes. So let's take a look at XLE. Yeah, it was the only one that was close to the 200-day moving average. Look what happened. Look what happened here. So it actually closed right at the 200-day moving average. Okay, and now so this is in jeopardy again. This was the only major sector that was below the 200-day moving average for several weeks. Though if you look at it for a long time, it was just kind of flirting with it. So it closed right on it, and energy's a little bit weak today. So it looks like it could close below it again. The only other one that was kind of close was XRT, was retail. Yeah, and there it is. So it looks like energy could move down below the 200-day moving average again. Now, okay, let me try to answer Bjorn. Now, time zone, What I do, you don't have to do this. And remember, I'm in Vancouver, but I what I do, and of course that's Pacific time. What I do, give me one moment. Um, what I do is I put my computer time, I put trade ideas time, I put my brokerage time all to Eastern time zone. I put it in all in the same time zone. So, but here's how you can adjust your time zone. If you click on tools and then options and then time options. Okay, here's how you can adjust your time zone. And it says local time, even though I'm on the West Coast. That's because my computer is set to East Coast. Just makes it way easier for me when we talk about times and well, what I yeah, I would consider it. I mean, I know Nike changed their so it's actually up. It's actually up. I know they changed their CEO or got rid of their old CEO. I don't know if that was a planned move or not. Like, right now, I mean, it's a pot, but it depends what the market does. I mean, if the market weakens more, you can see that a stock like Nike could weaken also. So he's retiring. So I'm not sure that he's going to retire next month. So if this was a planned retirement, and not a big deal. But for me, Mike, and anybody else listening, for me to short anything or long anything, I have to wait at least probably 15 minutes. I have to see, try to get a sense of the direction. So it's not like I'm okay. I'm going to short Nike today because I feel like it. So it looks like it's trying on the weekly chart. The next low is 1765. Okay. Oh man, that's below that. I'm sorry. Wow, that's below that. That's at 16. So it's a dollar below that low in the weekly chart. Man, you got to take a look at a monthly chart. Let's take a look at where. So the next low, wow, the next low on a monthly chart is down here around 5. Well, nobody's going to be in the room 100% of the time, Green Trade. Chris will open the room. He'll get on the mic a few times, but he's not going to be in 100% of the time. No. William, of course, will make sure that everybody is kept in line. But you guys, this room really is a great room for that from that aspect. From YouTube, what is the best way to put stocks moving up on my trade ideas site next to biggest gainers? The best way to put stocks moving up on my trade ideas site next to biggest. I don't quite understand the question, Stephen. So if you're looking at if you can see what I'm displaying, these are the stocks. These are the active stocks on the way up. These are the ones on the way down. So I'm not sure what if you want to follow them, I mean, continue to follow them, then all you need is like you can have my pre-market act. Like I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? I'm sharing this. The pre-market act is up and down. Though you could use this once the market opens if that's what you want to do. It doesn't stop working at when the market opens at 9:30. Whoa! In fact, well, but this is what I'm going to do now, guys. I got to get my layout that I'm using once the market opens up and running. Almost snuck up on me. Yeah, so NNE guys. So listen, anything to do with uranium is ripping today. URA, me do this. Oh boy, I am on mute. Why was I on mute? Huh, son of a gun. What time is it now? 9:27. So okay, my Stephen, again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Scroll down here. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? And some of the ones that you can actually see that I'm displaying, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These will be momentum stocks. This is upside movers versus downside movers is right here. Relative sync leaders from the close is right here. And then pulse resumes, which will get active. But I also have a momentum scan on my other monitor. So I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and basically it's a la carte. Pick and choose what you might want to see. All right, guys. So the market's going to open in about less than a minute. No, not quite. I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun here. I'm a momentum trader, Stephen. Okay, and for anybody else who's kind of new, I'm what they call a momentum trader. So I'm looking at stocks typically near the high or the low of the day. Okay, obviously on the high side to go long, and on the short side on the low side to go short. Okay, I will look at some pullback plays, and I'll explain. Once this race starts, you'll understand a little bit more. So Leafly, while I wasn't talking there briefly for 10 seconds, Isaiah, but I got to make sure you guys can hear me right I know you can hear me in YouTube. You can hear me in the main room, right? Okay, thanks. All right, guys. Now there are 14 seconds for the market to open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. This one from yesterday, ZVRA. ZVRA is making a little bit of a move here. ZVRA, maintain a buy. Canaccord, why not? They've up. Okay, well, they've actually cut. They had a price target of 24. They've cut it to 22, but this is still an $8 stock. Again, when you see that, doesn't mean it's going to get there, guys. Okay, it's just an opinion by an analyst. All right, BATL, which was right here. BATL, they did have some news. Rises on a new merger deal with Fury Resources. So did have some news. It's a pretty low float, 13.8 million in the float. Let's see how FedEx is doing. Is FedEx having any sort of recovery? Yes, yes, actually, 259. Not a huge one. I mean, it looks bigger than it is. 259 up to 261, but it is still down 12%. This is an earnings play. FedEx is an earnings play. FDX. Wow, ZVRA just ripping here, guys. Not a low float, 49 million, not high, but certainly not low. GLMD, this is just made a high here. Again, this is just very. NNE, so uranium, guys. So if you don't want to pick a specific stock, here's an ETF for uranium, URA. Okay. Yeah, those are the three: OKLO, SMR, and NNE. Those are the three that were very, 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 especially NNE. You know, remember when NNE just ripped higher, got all the way up to 37. All right, so GDHG just got halted on the way down. And what about Sky? Did it get halted on the way down also? Looks like it might have got halted a little pop here on the way up. Market so far, yeah, weakening here. So the Dow's down, the Nas is down, not much. ODV, guys, ODV. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Canadian stock. 233 is the next high looking left. Probably, actually, it's not a low float. 51 million, not high, but it's not low. Banzai, BNZI. Okay, now the issue is actually it's got some room. It does have some room. The next high looking left is 641 or so. And it is, again, it's not crazy low float. It's a low float, but not really low. 28 million in the float. So they did a reverse split. I don't think it was effective today. I think it was announced. I think it was effective yesterday. I may be wrong, but so just be careful because I mean there's no news that I can see on this one moving higher. All right, newbie guys, NBY. NBY, is it over $1 again? No. Okay, so I'm going to stick an alert at 105. That was the high in the pre-market for NBY. All right, VKTX, VKTX. Let's see where it could go. The next high in the weekly chart is 70.96, so it's very close to that high. It did get above that in the pre-market. Yeah, thanks. It was yesterday. Okay, for the Bansai. SMR, there it go. Yeah, so uranium, guys. I mean, you just saw in the pre when we looked at the pre-market actives, uranium was going crazy, and so Dragon SMR, URA is the uranium ETF. NNE. So if you're going to play these, what I would do is I would just have maybe a way to track URA also. Here's another one that's moving, guy. Wow, all-time high now. LTH, all-time high. LTH. Okay, looks like it is anyway. Yeah, all-time high for LTH right now. LTH, and a pop here for LTH. And there's the other uranium play. Well, okay. These are these sort of mobile, I guess, fission reactors. So there's OKLO. Is URA part of XLB? I have no idea. Materials? I I don't know. I sort of doubt it, but I don't know. I don't know, Mac. My guess is no. I mean, here's what I'm going to do, though. I'll just click on new, or sorry, file. Um, Go from cloud. I'm going to put myself on mute. So I would say no. I mean, here are some of the stocks that make up XLB. I don't see any uranium in here, and these stocks are down 89% from yesterday's close. Okay, and of course uranium is ripping. So I don't think so. Just looking at the materials here. Okay. All right. Let's see if this Summit now. Summit's been, ever since the highs up here. 33. It has been dropped about 33%. And now it's trying to have a little bit of a bounce. It's had that big news last week. Wyatt in our YouTube room, NVIDIA. Let's see what's happening with NVIDIA. NVDA. Yeah, actually, interesting. NAS is down, but NVIDIA is actually, wow, it's basically flat. All right. Well, let's see if SMR, the next high looking left is 1251. It has room still on the weekly chart anyway. SMR still has some room. I don't know what the news is on uranium exactly. I just know it really moved. All right, guys. So Tenon, TNON, it is on the move. Now, this could get interesting. Look at Tenon, TNON, and it's right at the 200-day moving average, right at it. 200-day moving average is 751. So it's just got to, if it can get through that, then the next high is 938. Because this is a very low float, very low float. Got to be awfully careful. Okay, hello guys. So what this has some room still. 951. This 951 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So there is room still. Look at this move. This is actually, I would call it, I want to say better than SMR, but I mean in terms of what's the float here? It's up 24%. SMR is up 18%. I mean, they're both very, very strong. Now, this is sort of what I consider the leader in the uranium sector, Cameco, CCJ. Okay, so this is yesterday's news. So shares of uranium stocks are trading higher, possibly as the U.S. investigates if China is helping Russia circumnavigate the commodities ban. Okay, and also last week, Putin said he would considered restrictions on uranium export. So that could be that seems like it could be the catalyst. SOPA, SOPA, guys, SOPA over a dollar still. Yes. Okay. Now the next high, maybe too close. 121 is the next high looking left. Ooh, this AENT. I mentioned this one. This is an earnings play. Real cheap one. Too bad. Look at this. Man, I wish I'd kept a little bit closer eye on this one. 3 million in the float. It's an earnings play. Look at the volume. 477 times normal volume right now. up to this time of day. The next high, well, it's above that high. 335, it's above that high. So the next highs are way up here around 4. Wow, look at it go. AENT. Whoa, so this is a news halt. Yikes. So this is a news halt on the way down. ZVRA, 3 Mile Island. Wow. That's a blast from the past. Yeah, so this is a news halt, guys. So that's and it was halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody's in this one right now. Well, this says TNE, so there is a low looking left that's fairly close, but if it can break through that, you got down to almost 1120 or so. The next low looking left is 1167 for STNE. Look, it's been we've had a choppy start. Well, CRBP is still weak, guys. I mean, the low in the pre-market. I mean, it's amazing that it's. I mean, this is down again, almost 67% right now. My goodness. Okay, so this is actually, believe it or not, an AI alert too. From our AI, 1785, even though it was already down a lot. And a big bon matin to you also, Assy, in our YouTube room. Well, there's GLMD, guys. GLMD doing his thing again. Just be, you got to be really, real. Well, there, wow. I had an alert set at the high, I guess, of 2 days ago. There's the high of yesterday, 1388. Okay, now these SMR is fading now. Let's take a look at URA. See what's happening? That's what I meant. Keep an eye on URA. They're going to play SMR and NE, probably OKLO. You know, just keep an eye on what's happening with the sector. And now the sector is starting to fade a little bit. All right, keep an eye on turn, guys. Or should you? Let's see. Maybe. I mean, the highs up here, maybe not. 1070, and then there's a high right there of 11. So it's too close, in my opinion. Well, ASTS is coming into a pretty critical area right here. You can see on the daily chart, there are a bunch of lows right around 27.37. And then underneath that would be 26.47. So there would be some room underneath if it took out 27, say 27.37. So let's take an alert there. So it's coming under a little bit of selling pressure right now, ASTS. All right, let's take a look at some of these relative strength leaders from the close. AENT, is it still? Yeah, it's still very cheap one, very cheap earnings play with a low float, up 53% though. Yeah, so I guess now the trick is what stock could be still super active later on? I'd like to see a stock that has some news that might, enthuse people. Bonsai has no news, as far as I know. It's just a reverse split from yesterday, and I don't see any specific. I don't see how they try to put out any sort of a fluff PR today to pump it. I don't see it anyway. It's a 1 for 50 reverse split that was effective yesterday. Yeah, so if you divide 28, so I guess draw. Well, I'll do it also. So then we divide that in half, for thousands. So about call it 560,000 in the float. You've got 640, whatever it is. It's very, very low. Now this is interesting. There are, for me anyway, there are shorts available on this one to short. Almost looks like this is a buyout. New merger deal. Oh, okay, it is a buyout. Sorry. So Fury is going to acquire them at $7. Okay, so now if you think, well, then why don't I just buy this because it's going to go back up to 7? Because it may not happen. All right, here's another one, guys, that is getting active again. IMRX. I mean, it had a huge day a few days ago. Pulled back. 25 kind of held it. A couple of highs are right here at 268. If it can get through 268, we might have something. I'm going to put an alert around 272 and see if we can take it out later. Because there's the 200-day up here around 3. I don't have it. Single stock window is not loading right now, but it looks like it's around 329. So that would be enough room. So I would keep an eye on IMRX. Let me get IMRX up again so I can see what the data is on the single stock window. Yeah, so 22 million in the float, 331 is the 200-day moving average. So we certainly would have room. Now, I'm confused on this WHLR, but so you said they did a 1 for 3. reverse split. Why? Usually, usually the reverse splits are for stocks that are under a dollar to get them over a dollar. This one was over a dollar. Must be another reason. I was sort of trying to follow what you were posting, William, and the float is, yeah, I mean, look at that float. All right, let's take a look at what SMR did. Did it come back? Yeah, look at that, guys. So if you're sort of a VWAP player, so there's the VWAP 1091. You got a little bit below it, okay, and then in all that area of the VWAP looks like it's trying to hold it. So if you miss it the first time, this could be, as long as the VWAP holds, which is around 1091, it could have another run. But I'd be probably watching URA at the same time to see if it is doing. See, it's basically these stocks are tracking URA to a certain extent. Wow, this laser has been super active. And let's see now. Is this the first time over 10? No. So got up to 1076 yesterday, 1076 yesterday, 1067 to be exact. Over 10 now. I was almost gonna take it, but it just popped on me. It just popped on me. So I don't want to get into chase mode now. Okay, guys, Summit looks really interesting. 25.21 is the next high looking left, I believe. 25.13, so it's got about a dollar to that next high. All right, so SMMT to me anyway looks pretty interesting. Here, as long as it holds 24. No, man, this one from yesterday. You know what, guys? I wish I could say I took it. This was the one from yesterday that, well, let me get to, because it did this, and I hemmed and hawed and hemmed and hawed. Was interested on that 7 break, and it got up to 826, and then all the way up to 10. But I didn't get it. I didn't take it. This was one we're, of course, following yesterday a lot. But now look at it, coming right back down to earth. GSIW. All right, SMMT is looks like it's trying anyway to hold that $24, guys. Okay. All right, so WHLR just resumed. So this obviously was halted on the way down, okay? All right, guys, I took myself out of my the long on the SMMT. I was a little lost on it. I was really hoping it would get into the 30s, but I'll keep an eye on it later, though. It's a little too choppy for me right now. Probably had too many shares. I've got an alert set up here. I had a little bit of a gain in it, but it's just a little bit choppy right now for me. That's because I had a pretty tight stop. But I'm still interested in it later on, perhaps. So Lay's guys, LASE. I mean, it still has some room on that daily chart. The next high is 1067. So about 40 cents away, 42 cents away from that. No, so you're short SMMT, Jason? Is that what you mean? I'm talking to Jason in our YouTube room. Well, good for you because it's working. Wow. Yeah. Did this ever have a nice? I mean, the original alert from our AI at 1785. I mean, it got down to 1696. So, would have worked, but that's why you've got to manage the trades. If you're going to take anything from our AI, you got to manage these trades, okay? Because you would have made maybe a dollar, but now that's a big pop now. You know what? If this gets through 20, this could keep, I have to put an alert around 2023, 2007 for the CRBP. Well, there it goes. There it is right now. Or, I mean, this looks like it wants to have, a fairly decent comeback now. Oh, yeah, good night. The 20 break, guys. The 20 break. Now I okay. I just taking some off in the 30s. Okay, because remember, I mean, the news. I mean, it got devastated. It's not like everything is okay again. But this was okay. I'm out of it completely. That was just a very very quick bounce play for me. Nice short, Jason. If that's the one you were talking about, SMMT. Nice short for the. I mean, these aren't easy. This is probably my 5 second trade again. All right, Bonsai. Bonsai is next high looking left is 720. Yeah, 720. What did it get to? Look at that. So we got today's high so far for BNZI is 721. And when you look left, the high over here is 720. That's where it kind of has stalled. Oh man, that was a very lucky trade for you guys. CRBP, very, very lucky trade. Very, very fast. Now, I saw some news on Mobileye this morning, MBLY. I'm surprised it's doing this. Well, this was yesterday's news, okay? No, this was after hours yesterday. Yeah, so this, yeah, I don't see that much action after hours yesterday. Basically, the news was that Intel says it will not sell its majority stake in Mobileye and BLY. That was on Thursday, so I guess that news must have hit some on Thursday. But look at this drop now for MBLY. Look at ASTS, guys. Wow, ASTS. I mentioned this one earlier, taking out a certain level. Probably too late now. Yeah, probably a little too late now. You can see this movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. ASTS is just all over the place. This is a call. This is just another way of presenting our data. Wasn't CYBN a reverse split yesterday also? For a share consolidation? Yeah, so this was a reverse split. At least they announced it yesterday. So CYBN, a little bit like the was that the one that was 1 for 38? What are those strange ratio or yeah, 1 for 38. Great, my memory is still there. I completely lost it. That's a very strange ratio. So a little bit like the bonsai today, moving on well, yeah, no real news. I mean, they tried to, once they did the reverse split, they came out with this corporate update to try to get some interest back into the stock. Wow, yeah, you're right. CRBP did come back. I'm not upset because I mean anything going to happen with that one. When I say upset, I mean I was in this one and I got out of it very quickly. Redfin guys, now this has got room. RDFN has room. The high yesterday, way up here, almost $15. So up quite $1.50 to that next high. And so Redfin is definitely bucking the market trend. Okay, number one. So Redfin is definitely bucking the market trend. Let's see if it can hold that. Put it on 1354. See if we can get back up to that level anyway, and then keep making a move. It's bucking the market trend. I'd rather the market wasn't moving down. It doesn't have to be moving up, but it doesn't just, even if it just sort of stabilized a bit in order to take this long. Wow, CRBP really, well, good for you guys if you held it. DJT, well, It's probably an all-time low. Well, I guess not, and not when you look at the SPAC. Yeah, so when it was DWAC, it was lower, so that's why the lifetime range is still not quite an all-time low, even though it would appear definitely a lifetime low when you look at it as it is in DJT. So how many shares are going to be sold now that the insiders can sell? How are they going to bail completely? I mean, this has just been a mess. 47. I mean, not that long ago. $47 down to 13. All right, Redfin right back up. Let's see now. I just wish this market. I mean, I know it's moving counter to the market, but I just wish this weren't happening. I think it might track the market a little closely. IMRX. Oh yeah, that's right. I had this one. Little hot break here. Okay, so IMRX. So it broke out through the high of certainly yesterday and 2 days ago, and then it's got this room to 329. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You did the external link. When you say didn't doesn't pop up, I don't know what you mean by that. So when you do the external link, so if you link correctly, you said it worked before. Did I did I help you yesterday or the day before? So I don't know what you mean. It doesn't pop up. I mean, doesn't link into your order entry. And did you remember to? You have to do it. Remember, you have to choose Interactive Brokers Live. Remember that as the rule. Maybe you forgot to do that. You have to choose when in the rules section. You have to choose Interactive Brokers Live. Well, maybe try it. Maybe start it again. Just give me a moment, please. So maybe try it again. Okay. I don't know how to help you. I honestly don't. I mean, if you say you've done it and you've established the link and you've done the Interactive Brokers Live, I'm not sure how to help you, especially since you said it worked before. Maybe just start from scratch again. So when you go to Tools, External Linking, and highlight it, and then delete it, and then start again. You'll not see on the charts through Echo. I don't think you see it on our charts. I don't think you can't see the bid ask. I mean, this is what I use, of course. Interactive Brokers. I've got that up and running, so I always see what the bid ask is. I suppose if you had Brokerage Plus up and running, you could see it here. On the charts, I don't think we have the bid ask. Pepe, I don't think so, right? You can add in the broker's plus, you can add the bid ask, but other than that, I mean, if you've got interactive brokers, I mean, I would always want to have something like this anyway to consult because this is time and sale. So not only does it give me the bid ask, but it tells me how fast the stock is trading. So I would always want to know that also. So having the bid ask on my chart would really, I mean, personally, would make no difference to me. All right, guys. Now Summit is coming back for me, maybe. Okay, now I'm out of it. I took a small loss on that one, but I'm still somewhat interested in it. Oh, look at Redfin. Shoot. Thing. I didn't take it. I did not take it. But look what the market's doing. See, the market is putting a bar top here. I did not take it. Well, if you took it, guys, and your next high looking left is wow. I mean, it's got all that room. That's why I liked it. Well, c'est la vie. Okay, guys, it is now 10:18. So I'm going to go over to my homepage, and including there is a promo code to get 22% off. Okay. So while I'm away, if you don't, if you're thinking about taking out a subscription, maybe save this Our Rescue, okay? Our Rescue 22, and then there's a link. So if you click on that, so when you click on that, this is I think we're donating something. Said we're donating 17% of all revenue for 5 days only. Okay, so 22%. This is the revenue that's going to be donated, but there's your discount. Okay, 22%. So click on that Our Rescue. Let me see in YouTube. It might have got jumbled up. Give me a moment. So again, I'll be away next week. So if you're going to take out a subscription, would appreciate it. Maybe just, and you're not ready to do it now, but maybe next week, just save that link, the R Rescue 22, and that link, and then the room will get credit for the subscription. Okay. Now let me go to my home page, and on my home page, you'll see all the scans that I'm currently sharing. So clicking on my homepage link. Now, obviously, don't use this promo code right now. I'm going to take out a subscription right now. Use the Rescue 22, okay? Rescue 22. Don't use the Berry 15. But come into my homepage and use it. Then the room gets credit. Okay, the room gets credit if you come into my homepage and then where it says trade ideas and then go through this and type in that Rescue 22, the room gets credit. And that'll just help to keep the room free. It's that simple. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Not please do, you must do the get started. First, first video is the download and install. There are 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. If you looked at every one of them, obviously if you've done your download and install and you're already logged in, you don't have to do these two. But coming down here, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay, the two main features of Trade Ideas. If you're new to trading, here's a series of videos all free for you. Trading 101, all free. I think there are about 38 or 39 of them. Look at Summit right now, guys. SMMT. Talk of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. So this, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, stock racing. You'll notice I'm running a stock race right here. Here's how you can create your own stock race with your own parameters. Price alerts, you've probably noticed some price alerts have popped up on my screen. And watch list is another popular one. You want to create your own watch list with the symbols you want to follow. Here's how you do it. Obviously, there's a lot more in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Last, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. Okay, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, right here. Here are my scans. So I'm sharing quite a few scans, but I do not have them all up and running. But these are the ones that you can actually see that I'm displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is over here. The relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus the downside movers is down here. I do have another scan that I am running called the momentum scan right here. Okay. But as I say, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You don't have to, you can take a look at them. The one thing I would say, don't load them all and make them part of like your layout. It'll be way too much action for you, okay? You'll never get anything done. Yeah, I see GME here. I do see GME is right here. Yeah, I mean, it's still, okay, what did I get to? Got up to 2020, up to 2027. The next high looking left is 2026. So got up to that high. And so far, that high of 2 days ago has stalled it. And then 2056 is the next high after that, if it somehow can get through that. I don't see any. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't know. I don't know. Question is, why is it running? I don't know. Maybe the meme or somewhere got a hold of it again for whatever reason. All right, guys. So now let me explain what Trade Ideas is all about. I like to use this momentum scan as a good scan to demonstrate the power of Trade Ideas. Okay, so this is a momentum scan. It's an alert window, and I call it momentum. Okay, why do I call it that? Well, if I right click on it and click on configure, click on summary, this is what it's looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. We can screen, of course. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, but what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. So in this scan, if a stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 is 400% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan. Bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we have AMLX, at 10:22. That's the last time this happened. Okay. We're now at 10:26. So the last time any stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high the day was AMLX at 10:22. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can do that too. Maybe you don't like the price range I've got. Maybe you don't like a filter that I'm using. Maybe you want to add a filter. Okay, that is completely up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. You want to build your own scans from scratch? Of course you can. Right at the very top here, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. But you can see as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. When we get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're, and by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. But if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't think, man, this is way too complicated. I can't possibly learn what all these mean. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So I hope this makes sense. If we're not going to have a programming language, then we better give you a lot of options in order to create a scan. And so that's what we've done. Okay. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, a handful of those filters. And it doesn't mean that what I'm not using is bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Okay. Oh man, I'm looking at CRBP. I shouldn't. So did IMRX move? Yeah, it is moving. Check out that high. I'm not in it. I point out a lot of things, guys. I mean, I can't possibly get into everything I point out. There's some that I really like. I did kind of like this one, but I've got other duties to perform, and I can't concentrate 100% on trading. So let me explain what the races are all about. Very kind of a cool feature that we've got, which can also help you if you're more of a pullback player. Okay, not looking for stocks necessarily to high or the low of the day. So races, I run 4-minute races. Now, remember what I said? If you click on my homepage link, go to the education section and click on the guide. There's a whole section on stock racing. You can run your and how you can create your own parameters. I happen to like running 4-minute races. It doesn't have to be what you like. Okay. So we're almost to the end of this race. The race is 3.5 minutes in, and right here, Bonsai BNZI is leading the race. Okay, it's up 7%. It's up 7% since the race started. That's the biggest mover since the race started. I'm going to hold on here and see if it actually wins this race. It can maintain its lead over Lays. It will. And the answer is yes. So we just won the last race. So you can see what happens. A top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that Banzai has won 3 races, TNON 3 races, GLMD 3 races, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list. That gives you okay. Give me a moment. And now, get rid of these past triggers. See how this price alert windows work, so guys. If you're not using price alerts of some sort, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. So here's how I'd be looking at these races. First of all, you see any stock in here, even if it's not winning a race, even if it's right at the bottom, here's Siri at the bottom. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay, maybe it's setting up for your type for your trading style. All right. Remember what I was saying though. Also, is that here's how you can use this. Maybe look at pullback plays. Let's take a look at Ride, just out of curiosity. Yeah. So here's Ride. So Ride got up to $1.76, and you see what it's pulled back to? It's pulled back to the VWAP, 159. It's in the VWAP area. If you are that style of a trader, if you like to see stocks pulling back to the VWAP, which could act as support, then just click on these and see what they're doing. Anything that won a race before, click on it and just see what's happening with it. Okay. Or if it's in this list right now, click on it, see what's happening with it. These are not stocks that are necessarily going to be right at the high of the day, okay, or at the low of the day, but they could have pulled back to a level that you might like. Maybe you've got a moving average that it's pulled back into. Okay, so just because I'm somebody who really likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, it doesn't mean that that you can't take a look at stocks that have obviously pulled back. In fact, that's a very popular trading style. Stocks that have pulled back to a certain level that you might like. I'm not a big pullback player. It's not because I don't think it's worthwhile. It's just that for me, I like to concentrate on one aspect of trading, and that's highs and lows of the day, and not just me. So a question right now, if you're looking at this for the first time, your question should be, and if it isn't, it should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? So all races start from a top list window. Okay. If I right click on this race, open top list is one of the options. I opened it, it showed up on my other monitor. Here is a huge list of stocks. Okay. Huge list of stocks. But why are these stocks here? Well, if I right click on this and then click on configure, click on the summary, this is what I want to see in this top list window. I want to see stocks that are between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets those requirements, it's going to be in this list of stocks. Okay. So that's all well and good. Before we had races, this is how a person would use a top list window. Common question would be, well, what are the stocks that are up the most today? Well, in a top list window, you can sort and rank as long as you have it as a column header. So you can see right there, C%, that is a change from yesterday's close. If I double left click on it, I can tell you that BNZI, that's up 121% from yesterday's close. BATL, 120%. Anyway, there's a big drop off after that, but that gives you a list of stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, meeting my filter requirements, the price range I like, minimum volume. You could have a completely different list based on your requirements, of course. This open 0% is the change from the open. This tells me these are the stocks that have moved the most since its opening trade of the day. Again, Bonsai is leading the list. 21%, IMRX, 20%, etc. So again, this is interesting information, but what the race does, it takes it to another level. Again, this is a huge list of stocks. Now, what if, I don't know, this is a uranium play right there, URG. What if, see if I can find one that's not moving, URG. So it is up, it's just moving. And CBRL, it's up 1.5% from the open. What if for some reason it just started to move? It's up 2%, 5%, 8%, 10%, etc. Moving up this list of stocks. Well, you could never find that, of course. How could you possibly see in a huge list of stocks of something that is starting to move? Well, the good news is you don't have to because that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether it's right at the bottom of this list or right at this top of this list. Okay, all it cares about is what has moved the most in this huge list of stocks since the race started. That's all it cares about. Okay. So right now there's a ride at 4.38%. Not a big move. It's only 6 cents. That's because, it's a cheap stock, but it has moved 4%. So again, you could click on it and just see what it's doing. We'd already talked about this, can it hold the VWAP? 159 is the VWAP. It's right at that area. So again, that's what the race is all about. Take a look at GME now. Yeah, came right back into that high, right? 2056, 2058 got into that high, and that sort of blocked it so far. Now, if we can take that out, the next high is 2092. If we can take it out. And again, if people are going to ask why, I don't know. Maybe, the memers decided to get a hold of it today for some reason, but there was a lot of volume. There was a lot of volume. It's also a huge float, 408 million in the float, but it is trading 4.8 times. Now, I am running another race that on my other monitor, and this race may be, if you're new to trading, might be something a little bit, well, it's less volatile. You will not get, generally speaking, you will not get big percentage moves in this race. It doesn't mean that they're not great to trade, okay? It just means that, during a race, you may not get big percentage moves, but, I would be clicking on them and seeing what's happening. So why are we not getting big percentage moves here, whereas we can in this race? Well, I added a couple of filters here. I call it the large cap gainers. So if I right click and open that top list, you'll see that it is nowhere as big as the other top list here. That's because if I right click, configure, in the summary, I added two filters. One filter, the market cap has to be at least half a billion, 500 million. This is, a lot of people consider this is even that's not a large cap, but for my intensive purpose, that's a pretty large cap compared to what I normally see. And then the float has to be at least 50 million. So consequently, that's why you're not seeing that many stocks in here. Okay, compared to this list here. We can see actually now that the market is starting to move a little bit higher, you're starting to see more stocks enter into this list. Okay. And again, it's the same principle. You can sort on the look at SMR as an example. That's a big move right at the very top, 13%. Another, there's GME, even at 6.7%. Uranium Place, CCJ. Okay, so that race, it also gives you a top 10 list with the same thing. Click on it. Click on any alert that's in here. Let's see what's happening. So turn 1046 is the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will hold it. Morning, MJ, in our YouTube room. Did not see that in that calendar. Okay, so at 11:30, so he's a Fed president. Waller's going to speak. Okay, wonder why they missed that. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. GME is on fire right now. Well, I mean, and that's a big level now. Right there is 2109. You can take that out. I mean, your next high is way up here, like almost 25. So Well, let's see if it holds. It's 21 at least. I mean, it just again, I don't see maybe I don't know if somebody's memeing this one right now. I don't know. I'm surprised we're not seeing anything, like traders circulating rumor or see the warrant for this one is smoking a little bit here. How is Lunar itself doing? I haven't seen Lunar. LUNR. I'm going to back off this summit, guys. I almost took it again, but then it had just as I was going to hit that submit button, it started having a little bit of a drop, so I held off. It's just a little too choppy for me. Yeah, it's just a little too choppy for me. I think and this is sort of has been indicative of how it has traded. So I'm going to just back off it. Has to be easier things to look at, like this one. Wow, look at MIR. Don't know this one at all. Mirion Technologies. Now, too bad. I mean, I was looking left. I thought I saw all this up here around 11. Problem is, look at that 200-day moving average, MIR. Look at the 200-day moving average right above it. 1033, it's right above it. This is what I'm kind of looking for in the large cappers, something that is just sort of a nice, gentle trend up. Doesn't have to be, giant, giant blue bars, just something that's sort of gently moving up that doesn't kind of whip you in and out of trades. But unfortunately, it's coming into that 200-day moving average. So that means it's a no-go for me. It's interesting to me. I wonder if this is really working the way it's supposed to. What do you think, Pepe, if you're listening to me? Is this is saying 29%? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is. Only 29% of the symbols that have come through here have been red. It's hard for me to believe that. 71% green, unless there's just was a huge mess of green earlier. But isn't that what it's supposed to do? It's supposed to look at the percentage of stocks. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it has to be individual stocks. Just even the number of times. Like here's Rivian right here, over and over and over again. I I don't think it's just like one stock, like only counting at one time. I don't think so. So I don't know why this is why it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, there's GME, a bunch of green here, but not with the market being down. I mean, market's not crashing or anything, but the market's certainly down. But I don't know. Maybe there were a lot more green than red, but it's hard to believe that it was 72%. So basically what this is doing, regardless of this, what the cylinder is saying, okay, regardless, what this is doing, it's basically taking two scans and and they're competing against each other. Okay. So, there are other filters in place, but it's basically taking if you had two alert windows, one tracking stocks moving up, and the other one tracking stocks moving down with basically the same filters in each, the same price range, volume, and all of that, and sort of competing against each other. And then you get this ticker. All depends when you start it. Okay. Also, if I cleared this right now, then it would start from this. This is from 9:30 on. Okay. So it all depends when you started. Are you using mine, DF, or is it your own? So DF, can you hear me? Are you using your own compare count window or are you using mine? Maybe DF can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? I'm gonna make sure I'm not on mute. You too, Green Trades. I'll miss your welcome, Barry, in the morning. Yeah, YouTube. I'm talking about the main room though. Yeah, and by the way, anybody who's new in YouTube, we do have another room, okay? And I call it the main room because there's more action there. It's up to you. As you can see in YouTube, there's not that much interaction amongst traders, okay? So if you did want to come into a room that has more traders in it and more interaction among traders, then if you click on my homepage link, okay, and at the very top, you'll see something called trading room, and that'll get you into the what I call the main room. And again, there's a lot more traders there, and a lot more action amongst traders posting stuff to each other. Okay, or not to each other, but just general posts about trading and specific, people saying, "Hey, take a look at this one." So it's not just all about me. Iridium. Hmm. This is interesting, guys. Iridium's got some room. Okay, IRDM 2981 has some room on the weekly chart, breaking out on the daily chart. Nice little trend. This is showing up in my large cap gainers. Just won. In fact, it just won the last race. Okay, and so it just made it into the top 10. Now let's see. Is it sort of a little bit market dependent? Maybe. I mean, it hasn't really followed what the market's doing. It's been steady. Let's see if it could hold 29. And it's a pretty big float, 105 million in the float. Relative volume is 5.7, so that means it's trading 5.7 times normal up to this time of day, which is 10:51 Eastern time. Okay, I'm watching Iridium right here, guys, to see if it holds 29. And that's IRDM. So that it actually turned into a really nice short from our AI. I was sort of eyeballing it earlier, but this, yeah, SOC 2464 was the alert. So it's over a dollar move down now. Boy, this is moving really down. I mean, the next low is getting a little bit close, 20 to about 50 cents away, 40 or 50 cents away from that next low looking left. And that is for the SOC. If there's any news on this one. So they are, well, it's an additional, it's a 500 million buyback. It's usually a good thing. And it wasn't okay. I see, that's what I don't see. I'm just seeing this 500 mil. I guess if I scroll down a little bit more, maybe I'll see it. 150 million. I don't see it, but okay. Yeah, I know I did that, Pepe. I know. So I know that's because if I wanted to short something, I didn't want to see a stock that was 50 cents. That's why I did. It was intentional. Maybe that's the reason. No, it'd be interesting to see how many stocks are coming through here that are under $2. But I guess you're right. I guess that must be okay. Iridium, guys. Iridium is still interesting to me. Okay, Iridium, IRDM. It broke down below. Now, there have been times in which GME has not been available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, but not today. There are 2 million shares. Oh, I always look at news, Wolfhound. I always look at news. It's just that I don't get married to it. That's all. I always want to see if there's any reason, and I'm using Interactive Brokers news headlines. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. Oh, I always look at news. It's just that I don't try to think, okay, I really like that news, therefore I'm going to buy the stock because of the news. Okay, so it's not that I always look at news, and then I do try to do maybe a little bit of an interpretation about whether or not I think the news can sustain a stock all day. Obviously, if some bio that comes out with some tremendous phase three results, that is certainly newsworthy. But no, but I think other people use news in a different way, though. They look at a news headline and think, "Wow, okay, I'm buying this right now. That's great news." No, I never do that. Okay, guys, iridium is really interesting to me. Let me bring up iridium again. It may be boring, okay? It may be very boring with that float and all, but just give me a moment. All right, let's see if this has any run in it now. Okay, I'm with the iridium, and why I'm interested, of course, is because when I look left, it's got some room. 2981 or so. 2975 is the next high looking left. And as always, I don't want to see it get down too far below 29. Yeah, Pepe. So here's an example right here. Yeah, Goss, GOSS, under $2. That's showing up. Boy, I wish I'd paid a lot more attention to this SOC. All right. Shade is in GJT. Take a look at it. Okay. 1385, 1375. So a very tight stop. Okay. 10-cent stop. So trade is in this one at 1385. Ah, look at Summit now. It's moving, but I'm not in it. SMMT. Now the spread is tightened up a bit. Okay, I'm just waiting on the Iridium guys. It's basically where I bought it. So I'm just kind of biding my time here on the Iridium. I don't like the fact the market's doing this, even though Iridium has been basically isolated from that. Isolated in that it's not doing anything like that. So that's why I'm looking at this as, is a strong stock today compared to what the market's doing. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to. So Pepe figured out. I did this on purpose. The configuration for my green data is between 50 cents and $30. Okay. In fact, I'm going to make a change in this completely. I will put $2. I'm going to put 50 now. I'm going to make those two price ranges the same. I think everything else will be the same. I know I'm confusing everybody right now, but all right, now we're going to start from scratch here. Now this is a more of a direct comparison. I had a different price range for the on the upside, the movers to the upside. But I did it on purpose because I thought, well, if I'm going to short a stock, I don't want to short a stock that's at 50 cents. So now we should start. It'll probably be a little more reflective of what the market's doing. Whoops. Okay, so that looks like that's it for GME, at least for a while. There's a right up. Actually, it did break above all that daily stuff. So interesting. It just couldn't keep going. All right, Shady, and your GJT. Boy, just got to get over 14 again. There you go, MJ. MJ was in the YouTube room, and so that's why I put the link to get into the main room in the YouTube. So MJ took the plunge. Now, this is pretty bullish right now, going from neutral right to the blue. Let's see, this is on the go no go chart. That's pretty bullish. Come on, take out 14 again, DJT. The next high, yeah, I mean, there's your high right there, 1398. Just got to get through that. It did briefly, but up to 1403. Boy, it's just a little war right here at 14 for GJT. I'm in this. I am in it. Okay, I actually took it just underneath, so not. I'm a little later in the shady, but I am in it. I like again. That's a very bullish pattern right there, going from that orange directly to blue. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to work, but I mean, it's amazing. It's just a number, but these whole numbers, it's just try to get through these whole numbers sometimes. It's agonizing. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So I need a break, Pepe. I was so good, I thought, for quite a while. Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know how long I've been on mute. I've been waiting for the DJT to break out over 14, and finally, 1402, 1403. Let's see if I can hold that. Yeah, sorry. No, Iris, it was my fault. I muted my mic. I think I sneezed or something. I tried to catch myself. Iridium, guys, I'm hanging on. I mean, it's basically where I bought it. I have this fact that it's just kind of doing this, when the market is doing this, gives me some hope that it might just kind of hold and maybe inch its way up. So GXAI, yeah. So that's you guys were talking about that one. And all the volume was, well, there was hardly any volume until right here on the 3-minute chart. And of course, on the 15, all the volume is right here. I mean, it really didn't trade until then. And of course, it's a low float. We've got under a million in the float, so it is a low float. Now, what did it get up to? It got up to 316. So the next high looking left is 325. So a little too close. So let's see if it pulls back to maybe 289 is the VWAP. All right, guys, I'm just going to check to make sure it is Andy today in our YouTube room. I'm taking a break in about 45 minutes. This was a very active stock a couple of weeks ago, 2 and 3 weeks ago. This BOF got all the way up to 4, pulled back right back down to 2, and a little bit of action today. Well, not actually quite a bit, 15%. Not great volume. Now, again, it's skewed because when you look left, remember this relative volume, it's always looking left to see, what was the volume before. So it's kind of skewed because we had these insane volume weeks. One week was 278 million. The week after was 158 million. So it's still, good volume at 686,000 normally for it, but it just sort of pales when you look at the previous 3 weeks ago and 4 weeks ago. Boy, did SMR ever give it up? Let's take a look at URA. Yeah, I mean, just so you're, I mean, look at uranium, and if I put SMR, I'm sure it's going to look like this. That's why I was saying, if you're in SMR or in NNE or OKLO, so OKLO, I don't think, yeah, OKLO is actually, pretty strong still. It is not, because SMR definitely tracked at URA. Yeah, look at that. But OKLO is still pretty strong. It's not tracking the same way. So maybe what's this? 69 million in the float. Well, maybe if it's can keep pacing at 8, maybe later on in the day, you're gonna have another pop. because the next high looking left is 945 on the weekly chart. Come on, DJT, leave 14 in its dust. All right. Well, I'm going to keep putting some price alerts for GJT a little bit higher. Well, I mean, it still has a little bit of room. Well, okay, actually, no. I mean, it doesn't mean that this is going to stall it, of course, but 225 is the next high looking left for GXAI. All right. Well, this is how it works, guys. All you have to do, if you're in a stock, just keep putting price alerts. That's why price alerts are very powerful. Just keep putting price alerts above the current price, and it's going to get there. And of course, I'm just kidding, but it's kind of fun to do. Give me one moment. Yeah, you see how that works? My virus checker is, I don't know how to disable that particular one. All right, Iridium, maybe now you're going to move a little bit for me. My patience will pay off. I'll start doing the same thing, put some price alerts above. Let's see if I can induce that one upwards. All right, yeah. So Andy just confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I do take my break. Well, guys, remember I was talking about this MIR. This is one that I'm not really too familiar with. I mean, I know I can read all about it, but and the problem I had was the 200-day moving average, but it is now okay. Let's put another for GJT 1430. So there's the MIR, and the next high looking left now is, excuse me, 1043. So it's almost there, and you can see, it's wow. This is a beautiful trend. Okay, man. The next high looking left is 1083. So it has a little bit of room. If I can take out this 1043. So thank you, Shady, for the alert on the BJT. And to watch it, number one. And there was, for me anyway, this was so powerful. I haven't talked about this that much, but the go no go charts and going from orange directly to blue is the most powerful signal you can get. And in this case, it obviously is working. Doesn't always have to happen like this. And of course, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. Let's take a look at a 5 minute. I wonder if we would have seen the same thing. No, you see, still pretty good. No, well, it's still pretty good. The typical pattern is orange. Orange means don't take the trade at all. Okay, it means they don't in this system, the go no go system. It basically means we don't see an advantage when long or short. So don't trade. Now, when it turns to cyan here, then it's saying, okay, well, this is fun. So when it turns to cyan, it means, okay, there has been a trend change. We're starting to see a little more bullish action. Okay, that's what that means. And then when it changes to blue, it means, okay, now we're seeing this is the strongest bullish action, that in the go no go system. So orange means don't take the trade. Cyan means, okay, start paying attention. And then blue is very bullish. But if we get a change like this, going from orange directly to blue without the cyan in between. Now, again, I'm looking at a 3 minute chart. That is really bullish. Okay. Really bullish. Again, it doesn't mean that this is going to happen, obviously, every single time. But when Shady mentioned it, and I thought, okay, let's take a look. And when I saw that, I thought, okay, let's just see if this can really work in the way I think it could work. And the next high, of course, it was all about looking at, the next high looking left, certainly far enough away. Always have to have those rules in place too. You did when it hit its 52-week low. You did. Now, guys, well, okay, I actually got to have about 35 minutes to my break, but taking some off here, guys. Right at the 1425 mark, I'm taking some off. Okay, just in case. And I don't mind taking some off. I know it's popped up a little bit again, but I don't mind taking some off. So, in theory, if you're in this one and you're, following it on a 3 minute chart, in theory, now again, it's just the way I like to trade. I like to take some off to just protect myself in case we get this is obviously an emotional type stock. But until it turns cyan, like hit this cyan here, which would mean okay, this very blue, strong bullish trend is now starting to be not quite as strong. That's what that would mean if we get a candle that turns cyan. Okay, it doesn't mean dump your shares. It just means okay, not quite as bullish. So, guys, this is a trading room, but it is a support room also. Okay. So, I mean, if you've got questions, don't be shy. Okay. You can ask me questions all day long. If you're new to trading, again, don't think there's a stupid question. We all started out at some point. So, don't think there's a stupid question out there. Okay. If you've got a question, now, if you're a Trade Idea subscriber and you are looking at like an accounting type question, that I cannot answer, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. But if you do have a question, I think people think they're interrupting me or something, and they wait for the 12 to 1 time when one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Well, Roman, more than likely, it's a sympathy play with FedEx. Okay, UPS. Well, just what William said. It's a sympathy play with FedEx. They're both obviously in the same sector. So FedEx, earnings were not great. The reaction certainly wasn't great. And, so UPS does not release until, let's see, October 24th. So they got a month away, but, yeah, as William is saying, all the transportation stocks are having we're just in sympathy with the FedEx move down. See, there's a good question. Oh, well, now that's different. Well, sometimes, you know what, guys? I'm going to get out of the iridium. I'm getting out. I know I said I'd hold on, but I may look at it later on. If the market turns around a bit, I may look at it later on if it gets over 29.10. But right now, I'm just going to get out of it. Meanwhile, GXAI, yeah. So UPC, well, let's see if I can find any news on it. Oh, but this is, yeah. So, yeah, I'm out of my, when it's these sort of stocks, I don't know. I mean, I don't see any specific news on it. It could have been, though, just continuation from the news here. I don't know what happened a few days ago, and just a continuation. I mean, this is garbage right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened here. There had to be maybe some news here, Roman. I just can't find the news, but probably some news here. And now it's just a continuation on the way down. That's all. I just can't see the news on it. That's what our news. That's why I usually use our news tab, because it can kind of go back and check, previous days. But I don't see anything. I don't see anything. This is yeah. I can't see any news on why it did this. Hey guys, I'm out of the Dow Jones. I'm out of the GJT now. Okay, completely. Go on to something else. Now, Siri is interesting. A little bit along the lines of the Iridium. Okay, $26 approximately is the next high looking left. It's been pretty steadily up. But again, I'd like to see the market again. It doesn't have to be moving higher. just even, stabilizing just a little bit. Yeah, meanwhile, GXAI just ripping still. So it's approaching this high right here, 362. What did it get to? It got to 363. So, I mean, you would think that between this price, and here, 377, you would think that it might stall. Oh, no. Did you say there was some kind of a rumor? Somebody posted a rumor about GXAI being mentioned on blogs. Interesting. I don't see it here. Maybe IB is starting to fall down on this. A lot of times, what they'll say is traders circulating from report. They whisper in your ear, guys, that I took it again. I'm sorry that I forsake you, Iridium, before. Should have, but I like the way it got back up to the 10 level. So why they're different? Well, they're his strategy. Or they're his scans, Roman. The long-term strategy trades window those are just past AI alerts, which Andy's got nothing to do with, of course. They're just past AI alerts that are still working. Working mean they're above whatever the alert price was. Andy he's got his own method of finding swing ideas. If that makes sense, which is nothing to do with the AI. It'd be like asking me, well, why am I saying like this is my scan, right? My personal scan. I mean, anybody can have it, but the scan I put together, nothing to do with the AI, nothing to do with anything that Trade Ideas has as a standard scan. So that's what he did. And speaking of Andy, you can ask him directly, but I'm sure he'll answer the same way. He'll be in our YouTube room in about 22 minutes. So as I said, guys, this OKLO, it is kind of trading on its own. Okay, it is not following the sector, so it is still looking pretty interesting. I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is way up here at 951. So I've been watching this. I mean, it's not a low float. Typically, the ones we're watching for late day breaks, these are these low float crazy ones. But You never know. I mean, this OKLO, maybe if it takes out the high there, I'm going to put a price alert at around 810 and see if it takes out that high. Everybody has a different opinion. If you're talking about the long-term AI, okay, it'll still be there as long as it's above. I don't know when they ever drop off, but it'll still be there if it's above whenever the whatever the alert was. So you could see some stocks that are like from weeks ago, probably in that. But everybody has a different definition of long-term trading. I mean, for somebody like me, who basically is an intraday trading trader, 2 days could be long-term if I were going to hold something. Somebody else, it might be a week. Somebody else, it could be a month. Somebody else, it could be 10 years. You know what I mean? So, but in that particular case, in our long term, if that's what you're talking about, I think they stay there until as long as they're still positive. Positive meaning, if for instance, if the AI, well, for instance, the AI alerted OKLO at 793. Let's just say next week it's at 8, and following week it's at 810. Following week it's at 820. It'll more than likely still be there. Wow. Yeah, I missed it too. The GXAI. Missed it in that I didn't take it. Well, we'll see. I mean, man, if it can take out four, I'm gonna have to get to a monthly chart. Just it's all about the float, right? It's all about that float. I mean, that's how a stock can, now be up 66% out of nowhere. So on the monthly chart, looks like 413 or so. 404 is the next high. If it can break through that on the monthly chart, the next high is 523. Well, shoot, Iridium is doing it to me again. I had a little gain in it, but I'm looking for a lot more. Basically, it's where I bought it again. Well, maybe this will help. Come on, market. A little pop now, a little bit of a pop. At least we got. So again, I've been talking about the blue and the cyan. Okay. Well, the flip side is deep purple. This is the most bullish of bars. Okay, in their system, and then when it turns to pink, this means it's bearish. I should say the most bearish. Now it's not quite as bearish. Okay, when it turns pink, so it's just sort of the flip of going from cyan to blue. This is the flip now, going from deep purple to pink. Look at neon. Now, neon's another one. It's got some room. I mean, look at the room neon has. Okay. I mean, 1265, 1264 is the next high on the daily chart. So, I mean, it's got room. It's a pretty low float, 11 million in the float or so. So, it's a pretty low float. Hasn't traded that much. That is 2.4 times normal out of Sweden, right? Yeah. Swedish stock. Wow, GXI. Oh, brother. Yeah, another new high. Well, it is through that monthly high now. I can't chase it. I mean, it's that simple. I cannot chase it, but it is now through that monthly high, and the next monthly high is at 511. I pointed at 523. Wow. Can you have more than four separate charts pulled up? I'm not 100% sure. I know what you mean. I mean, I've got four here, but when you mean separate, do you mean that are independent, like thumbnail charts, just of stocks that you want to follow, that you don't want to change when you click on an alert? Oh yeah, okay, that's simple. So in the charts, all you have to do is right click and go to properties, and you see where it says symbol linking. Just uncheck it. I've got these four symbol linked because that's what I want. Obviously, when I click on alert, I want to see all the time frames. But the spy is not symbol linked. That's why when I click on an alert, that's why the spy doesn't change. Okay, just so I right click, go to properties, and you see that is unchecked. Okay. Yeah, but you know what? It's that's not necessarily intuitive. Okay. You know, it'd be nice to see it on the chart. Well, you can, I guess. You do see it on the chart, but like most of everything we do, if you right click on anything, you bring up some kind of a context menu. Okay. So if I right click on this, I'm bringing up this menu. I right click on this, I'm bringing up this menu. Waller, yeah, Waller, Mr. Waller. So he said he was talking at 11:30. Good for him. I mean, the market is not was not like crashing or anything. I mean, the Dow was only down a little, Nas was down a little, SPY was down, but I mean, nothing wasn't like crashing. Yeah. So when you click on the heart, it puts it into a symbol that's called my liked. Okay. So if I click on tools, options, whoops, wrong one. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just keeping an eye on this stupid iridium. All right. If I go here and say right click on this and I click on configure, you notice a symbol list is one of the options here. Now, add existing list. Now, this is automatically has been created for you. Okay. Where is it? Oh, you'll see it up here. It'll say personal list or something to that effect. Okay. It's automatically been created for you. I don't know what it's called anymore. I don't really use it. My like. Okay. And so if you've not used it before, the minute you click on a symbol, what it does is it goes into this list, this symbol list that we have created for you called my like, and I think it moves over into this column here. Now, if it doesn't, then you just click on add existing list, and it should be right at the top, and click on it, and then it'll go over into this column. And now what you can do is you can create either an alert window or a top list window, okay, to follow your liked symbols. So for instance, if I wanted to follow my like symbols in an alert window that I created, I click on symbol list and notice it says all symbols. That's the default. This is a drop down menu. I would say only the following lists, and then I would check. My liked. I would, gosh, I would check my liked. Okay. And that means that anything that I've hearted that has gone into this symbol list then will be tracked by this alert window. Okay. Now you create your own alert window or a top list window, however you want to follow it. Now you can also go to the toolbar. If you click on new and click on docked channel bar, and there is a channel that is called my liked, or is it? You can see how often I use the channel bar. There, stocks I like. Okay, stocks I like. So this is a channel that is created for your stocks if you want to just use it in here that you have hearted. Okay. Okay. And to get out of a stock that you've hearted, you just unheart it, and then it'll eventually disappear. Okay. So it's a nice way, for some people, it's an easier way of creating a watch list of stocks you want to follow that is sort of current for the day to a certain extent. Going to do it on the fly. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Of course, Rich. Yeah, that does mean yes. You trade low RSI on days like today. Okay. Well, if it works for you. All right, guys, 11:50. So I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. And you can see how GXI has won 7 races. GXAI has won 7 races. Now let's take a look at bonsai. Let's see if a bonsai, it's not bonsai, but yeah, well, anything is possible. The one that surprised me yesterday was the GSIW, because I thought that was dead here. I thought, a high 747 and it got down to 447, a $3 drop. I thought that was dead. I did not think it would have this move at the end of the day. So you never know. Maybe maybe the that BNZI will have a move at the end of the day too, or BNZ, yeah, BNZI. Who knows? Maybe it will have a move. BTU. I remember seeing we used to see BTU all the time. Of course, this is it's coal play, I guess. I don't call it an energy sector, but it is a coal play. And it continues to move higher. Wow. Just as I spoke about it, look at this volume that came in for BTU through the 200-day moving average, and 2460 is the next high. Guess what? Got room. It's way too extended. That would have been a nice, powerful pattern, though. Orange, only one bar in between orange and blue, but it was pretty extended. These are pretty wide bars, so it was tough to take the trade. Everybody's a comedian. Nice one, draw. Okay, guys. Well, okay, I'll get my announcement up. Andy's going to show up any moment now, so I'm going to get my announcement up on a break. Back around 1 1 p.m. ET. Okay. And I'll get the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. Okay, guys, I'm okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had myself on mute briefly. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'll see you guys in the main room at about 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our trade to the YouTube room. How are you doing today, Andy?
Hey Barry, how you doing, buddy? Doing good, doing good.
I'm okay. I'm
How
okay.
about you? I'm
You're always
sorry,
doing
I, I-
good.
I'm fumbling around with the softwares here, but I
Well,
got
you
it now.
are.
Well, yeah, when I
What's
first popped in here, I had YouTube wasn't on mute, but I saw you moving around, but I could not hear your voice. So I'm like, uh-oh, am I having some issues here?
no? That
But
was my problem. I put my my mic on mute. I was
okay, gotcha.
I had a sneeze coming, and I don't think people want to hear me sneeze. So,
Okay, yeah, that threw me for a loop. I'm going, oh boy, do I have a problem here? But
oh
no,
boy.
everything is working good. Oh yeah, Barry, I'm always happy when China gets a nice little bounce.
Oh yeah, no kidding. I was every time I see a little pop in China, and I think of you.
No,
If I
yeah.
if I drop a dish and it's made from China, I think of you. You know.
Oh
So
goodness. But
yeah.
anyway,
Okay. Well, Andy, I'm gone
yeah, take a
for
break, buddy.
a little mini vacation next week, so I won't see you next Friday. So we'll
Oh,
see you in a couple of
nice,
Fridays. Yeah.
nice. Is somebody
Yeah.
gonna fill in for you, or
Well, it's like well, sort of. I mean, Chris
oh, Chris just kind of
comes in and
manages it.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha,
There's
gotcha.
nobody going to be full time on the unless you want to do it. Uh,
No, no, no. I better
no,
pass.
no, no, no.
I got enough I'm doing over
Oh,
here.
I know, I know.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. So,
But
so I'll see you in about an hour. Okay.
all right, yeah.
And
Enjoy your time off.
okay, thanks. Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. Hope everybody's had a good week. My name is Andy, if we haven't met, and uh yeah, this is the support webinar, so we'll take it over for an hour. If you have any questions, just be sure to drop it in the chat there, and we'll do our best to get you the correct answer. If not, hey, Peter and David, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names. Iris, how are you guys? MJ. If not, we'll talk stocks, and we'll talk lots of stocks if we have to. But crazy market. We could be looking at an abandoned baby here. If you call this pattern when you have a gap up like this, and then you gap down, below that close or close to it. Well, I'd call that an abandoned baby. Now, obviously, it probably will not end up being an abandoned baby, but right now it's interesting pattern developing. All right, well, uh, I'm gonna talk about, let's see, a lot of things today. Mostly stocks that I've kind of traded, and people have reached out to me and told me they always like, when I go over, some of the trades I've made. And of course, a lot of you guys know I like to trade China, and caught a nice move in China. Let's see, mostly in KWeb. Uh, JD have done really well in JD. I mean, it was just sitting there waiting for when I see these setups like this, it's kind of lucky when you get the nice gap up like that. But the setups were there, so. Uh, just like I mentioned, TCOM was my top pick yesterday in my thing. I mean, even though nothing really happened yesterday, you can get frustrated. We can see there that it was just kind of setting up, got a little gap today. They're different animals, but they can. When you get these things right, you can really do well. Baidu, I think Baidu has a lot of potential. It's sitting here, seeing holding this 50-period moving average. Uh, this is one I've taken some profits on, still in a little. This is something I would definitely add. Even though I had good entries and I got a nice pop, take some profits. What I'll do is I'll definitely add, to this if it takes out that 2-day high. Not sure it'll do it today, but if on Monday. because you can look, it hasn't really spent too much time above that 50 period moving average lately. A little bit there, and that was it, and came right back. I'm in this NNE. I've taken some profits, some nice profits this morning, but so I'm still in it. And I just bought this SMR at, you can see it at 998. I just like that pattern. This is this is what the reason I liked it so much is, okay, so you had this area right here. Let me get rid of my price alerts here. I've got too many price alerts in the way. There it is. So what you had in this SMR, if you'll look right where my cursor is right here, was support. I mean, resistance. Look how it could not get above that area. You could not get above that area. It kept getting slammed down every time it would get up anywhere close to 10. So what happens is once it is through and then backs off, now what was resistance become support. And so I thought that was a really good entry, right there in that uh, $10 level. We'll see what happens. It's running into its 10 period moving average, so it could get slammed right back down. But taking a look around at the cues, just backing off a little bit, was some selling in some of the semis, Nvidia and AMD, and I noticed that this morning. Really, the only strong was Apple, being a hero like it likes to be, was pretty much holding up the whole market. And Apple, I'm not going to draw it, but you can see it's breaking a downward. See, these things fixed to where they hold now? See how it's trying to break through. There we go. That downward trend line. Which is funny, just it was only 4 days ago they were getting hit because of iPhone 16 sales. So just a wacky market. I don't know if it's all this AI stuff, but just crazy. Lee's another one I think you really got to watch. And now this one's really wacky. I mean, I was in this thing back over on this day right here, and you see that wick got me out, and then look at that gap. Now, but what I do like about it is if you zoom out on this Lee, this is a huge, huge level here. That if it does get above, I think this thing could, run $5 or $6 really easy. Now, that level would be at really there. So basically 22. So put your price alert there, and hopefully it won't gap, and watch for volume if it goes through. All right, you guys are kind of quiet today. Anybody want to have any stocks they want to for me to look at? Any ideas? Otherwise, we'll take kind of maybe look at some momentum plays here. GameStop. I saw that early. I saw, man, things going back to highs. I just passed on it because, gosh, it was so ugly when I saw it. MULN. It's the old EV play, right? Man, that is a death march. Edward, I just don't see any redeeming qualities in that chart, unfortunately. That I mean, you talk about a speculative play right there, and it looks like they've been I don't know what they've been doing to where this chart is showing it at $800 at one point. Never look at a chart and get wide-eyed thinking, "Oh my gosh, if I get in this and it goes back to there, I can retire." It's just very few stocks will do that. If you're lucky, maybe like a Carvana, which I could not believe it that this thing's trading at 172 when it was at, let's take a look. I want to say around $3. Yep. Yeah, it was down around 3.50, $4. It's crazy. Those are hard to find, but if you do, you can do very well. Here's what to watch for. See, the short float is coming down, down, and down. They're finally all getting squeezed out. When that short float probably gets around 4 or 5%, that's when you probably ought to short it. That NNE back up. SMR. What's tempted if it gets above that fast line to add? I'm gonna bring this. If this Lee can get back above that level, I may add. Verizon was a good looking chart coming into today with that bottoming tail. So I did buy a little bit of that, but I sold, scalped out a half, and just wasn't crazy about the market today. Edward, you're stuck in it. Well, yeah, I obviously don't know what to tell you there because in that MULN, it's brutal. Maybe it's some point. A lot of times they'll get some sort of bounce. Maybe who knows? Maybe thin out. Maybe something will turn around. But yeah, it's not a good look. Yeah, Baidu. Like I said, yeah, I've scalped out a bunch of this, but I would not hesitate, and that's why I have a price alert up there to add to that if it can get. It's I like that it's holding the 50. So if it can bounce. What did that OKLO do? That's a nice volume in that one. It's a heavily shorted information stock right here. Just getting a little pop. There's nothing really to go on that chart to get excited about. But gosh, looking at those fundamentals, man, that's something's missing. I mean, decent revenues, only a 292. Oh, let's see, it's a debt. They got a lot of debt. But with those revenues, dang, I don't know why that thing's stinking so much. That's why you don't try. I don't trade on fundamentals. I trade on price action. But if this thing were to get above the 9, call it 40 level, you can see that is the resistance. And some decent volume today, not close to 4 relative volume. And that's a typical bottoming pattern. And I'll explain to you why. You see this a lot. When you have resistance, you have a lot of people, jumping in, playing this support at all-time lows, and then played it here. Okay, let's shake these people out. Boom. Everybody's shook out. And a lot of times they'll reverse after that major shakeout of that all-time low. Not saying jump in by any means, but it's one to watch, especially if it gets back above 10. There's my Lee alert. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with what I have, which is small size. Well, that one exploded. There's another little information stock. So this one may be getting some sympathy. No, nothing really happening. I added a little bit of that SMR 36. Yeah, it's getting to be that Friday afternoon lull in the market. Another little information stock. It's a nice little wedge there. Pardon me, just one second. Anchored VWAP. No, Anchored VWAP is a separate item that you have to buy separately. Go no go is uh, gosh, I'm get, we've added so much stuff. I'm trying to remember which went to premium and uh, which didn't. I think swing picks. Yes, you have swing picks in the channel. I know that for a fact. So swing picks is part of the software. And not only do you get the ones for Monday, you get the ones that show up in there every day. Uh, gosh, I'm gonna have to. See, Ripster is think for free for standard. I gotta check on Go No Go. Man, Raj, I'm sorry about that. I gotta uh, keep adding these things, and I'm having a hard time keeping up with everything. I know Anchored VWAP is a separate sub subscription. You gotta pay like $49 a month extra for that. Go No Go, I thought it was as well, but just want to make sure. Let me ask. Master traders. We'll pop there in the spies, digging in like it always does. Okay, thank you, Iris. Yeah, Go No Go is $49 a month. Yeah, this one was, you know, Steve and I were buying it yesterday. I actually bought it close to Lowe's yesterday. Had some really nice support. So, guys, you don't always have to buy stocks that reverse. A lot of times you can, buy on support. You got to be careful with sizing because nothing's guaranteed. It's going to stop there and turn around. Got luck. I'm not going to say we got lucky, but we got fortunate. We were very fortunate today because then I could add to it once it started to poke through, which I did. Yeah, I hope that answered for you, all of them, Raj. Boy, this you hoping to get this thing to pull back to a level I wanted it. Path. I keep thinking this thing is going to bounce soon. This was after earnings. It gapped up, and boy, it's been having a hard time. It's one of the few ARC stocks that haven't moved. Even Teladoc had some move to it, although it's selling off today. It's getting close to my pullback level. This H&R Block's an interesting setup. Got it's 10 and 20 right here on the got your 10 at 63.34. You got your 20 at 63.50. So if it does get through this level right here, could be have a nice move to it. Not always a scanner, Iris. Just one that what happens is Steve likes to play these things, and I do too. But this is one where a lot of times I'll keep them on the radar after a move, and I see them pulling back. And so what I did is I just put an alert, and actually, tell you what I did. I tried it on this day right here, and right around 1080. Anyway, it didn't go. I didn't want to risk it. I told myself, you know what, this thing may want to come down to the 20. So doesn't look like much, but it was another 50 cents, and had enough size to where I didn't want to let it go 50 cents against me. So I got out that day for a flat basically. I think I actually made a little money. I think I made like 50 bucks. I was barely up. So anyway, I punched out, and what I did is I came in and I put an alert down here at the 20. Alert went off, start buying one third size, holding looked like it may go two-thirds size. So I probably had about two-thirds size, and then I added more today. Then I scalped out of most of it. But uh, so a lot of times, guys, I mean, I like to tell people I think so many people would trade better if they would not take a trade unless they set an alert first and let the alert go off. Whether it's a pullback, whether it's uh, buying momentum too. I think you got to be careful just pulling up something and just whacking the buy button. It's like this SMR entry. I didn't buy it on this slam down, but I watched it for a couple of bars. No, well, now I obviously, but watched this rejection wick, and then I said, okay, these things were strong. OKLO was still, hanging, doing very well, doing so. The whole sector is strong, and plus, I knew Steve was watching these things and in some of them, so kind of played played off his pain a little bit this morning. But actually, it wasn't that much pain because he's been in this for a few days. Yeah, yeah, they're the same sector. They're like nano nuclear power, which a lot of people think it's going to be vital to run all these AI stuff. So it's kind of a relatively, new technology for energy. UNG, this thing has been getting killed for a couple of years, and I just wonder if we're not looking at a double bottom there. Is the low, but not enough for me to take a risk on it. Gurn been slopping around sideways for a while. It's just channeling. Take a look at some AI stocks. IO NQ, not the only one. Taking a look at Barry's crazy low float stocks. Go back's doing this. And that. Yeah, getting back to Iris asking, if these three stocks run together, it's always good to kind of know, in sectors, which stocks will, run typically move together because a lot of times you can catch a sympathy play, pretty quick. Yeah, all the China stocks just taking a little breather today, not doing much. And SPY are kind of poking their head up here. INSP is poised. It's on the list today. Keeps bouncing off its 10. SPY's pretty close to going to highs. Going back up, go pick up the baby. It must be a buyout. Uh, Just not seeing anything. Let me take a look at the above all moving averages. It's a low floater. Mark that up in case it gets back above that. Guess lace went to highs. Ooh, man, that was a good move for that stock. I know a lot of those stocks have been holding up well. Monster move there. Okay, SMR just had a little pop. Good volume. Look at the volume bar. Not a lot of resistance. And some decent short float. One-minute volume. Pretty good right there. And there goes OKLO back to highs. Yeah, they had a nice move. That thing pulls back to 50. Yeah, seeing a lot of typical Friday afternoon action. All right, SPY is going to highs here. Put alert in that thing just in case it wants to go back through highs. You know, this morning I didn't even take a look to see how the I saw it late last night, but I didn't see how it closed. And I always do this, but I had small size that I'm going to hold. But I have to go see how the Hang Seng did last night because then I kind of watch it. Not impressive. You take a look at the daily there, and definitely kind of running into resistance. But can't tell you how many times they'll have good session overnight and they gap up here and they just kill them over here. So not going to sweat these out. If they hit them too hard, I may add. Okay, come on, Smurf. How about a little? How about another little go, pause, go. ZVRA. That was on my list a couple of times. Some crazy volume coming in. Got whacked. Now it's bouncing back through that 845 level. You're back on the all-time highs, are you? Well, several months anyway. It's interesting right here. I probably won't trade it just because just not in the mood to wreck my day. But that's some good volume.
Well, Andy, it sounds like you're falling asleep.
A typical Friday afternoon.
Typical. How
Yeah.
come I get you on the Friday afternoons? Why don't you switch up switch up to a better day so we can
Yeah, I
really have some
know. I
fun?
know. Watching this ZVRA, man, if it goes back through this,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
if it
yeah.
goes back through this, let's take a look real quick.
That has come up in my scanner for the last few days.
8:45. Yeah, yeah. It's been on my swing trade watcher several times, but some decent volume coming in, and if it gets back, there's a alert
Hmm.
that's taken out an all-time high right there. It was
Yeah, it's a
45.
no,
Yeah,
the only thing is, I mean, that's so cheap to be a lifetime high, isn't it?
yeah, exactly.
So what the heck was it doing before?
What? Yeah, what have
You
you been doing?
know?
Well, let's take a look. I guess it could be a new issue. I don't know.
Could
Um,
be. I
yeah,
mean, it's possible at
yeah,
$5, yeah, $4 or $5 an IPO that
yeah.
back here in May, I guess. It's possible. Anything is possible.
Hmm.
All right. All right, Andy. Well, listen, I will spell you now, and thanks again for filling in for me, giving me a break.
Oh, you bet, buddy. It's our job to give
Well,
to give
it's
Barry
more than a job, Andy. It's more than a job. It's a desire.
that of course, of course.
Of
Oh,
course.
Barry, I love what I do, man.
Oh yeah, no
Yeah,
kidding.
I'll be working a long time as long as I can do this. So it's fun.
Well, you know what, Andy, in all seriousness, I mean, there's no question. If you can keep, not just you, but anybody, if you can keep doing this for a long time, I mean, even if you feel you're retired in terms of
Hmm.
call it a normal job, real job. I had an uncle, I think he died when he was 92. And every day, though, and he was sharp as a tack right up to the end.
Wow.
And why? Well, I don't know why exactly. I mean, I can't, but he was into the stock market in a big way. He'd read news, he'd read stock
Oh,
charts, he
wow.
would all the time, and he handled the finances. He had 6 kids, so he was sort of handling investments for the 6 kids.
Oh,
And
wow.
he was sharp as a tack. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, you would
Oh,
never, ever
cool.
know. And so I think if you can keep your brain active, I mean, that can obviously ward off a lot of the stuff that can happen
Heck
as you
yeah,
get older.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nothing. I'm telling you, man. Nothing keeps your brain more active than trading, man. You're just
Or even if you're not, actively trading, I mean, you
right,
could,
right,
trading, but even if you're
right.
just into it,
Sure,
reading
sure.
the news about it, reading
Oh
all the
yeah,
stuff about it and looking at charts. And I mean, it just keeps you, I mean, it's every day. It's like it's every day is different.
I know.
Every day can be very different. And I think
Yeah,
that's a good thing. So
exactly.
anyway, that's my, I'm no doctor, but
Well, no, no, no. I have a retired brother who just golfs like every day. You know,
hmm, yeah.
he's a few years older than me, and he's always at man, you get out and play golf. Like, nah, man, it's too hot for me. And I tell him, I say, Bonnie, you don't understand. Being able to trade is it's more fun for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I love golf, and I like to
Yeah,
get out
yeah.
every now and then. But to play every day in this hot sun, but no, no,
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
don't have a great weather. I mean, in theory, it doesn't rain very much, I guess, unless until it does. But
Right.
until it really does.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry about winter or anything like that. But
No, winters aren't bad. You still play, yeah, you can play most of the time in the winter. I
mhm.
obviously have a few cold spells here and there, but
Yeah, but your cold spell is it's all relative, of
nothing like
course.
yes, yes, nothing like what you guys get up in Canada. It is
When I was a
relative.
big golfer, though, I mean, in Vancouver, we have that temperate climate, and I was that guy who was golfing 5 times a week, and we would golf in the winter. It would say 40 degrees, and it could be a mist, and
Right.
the rain gear that you could buy in Vancouver
Sure.
was awesome. So you went out there and you didn't really think about it, So we could
Exactly.
golf all year round, but anyway, I digress. I'm sure people don't care about this. They want to know about what the heck is going on in the market. So, Andy, thanks
Oh,
so
look at
much
this
again, and I guess
GovX
we'll
is
see you in a
popping.
couple of
What's
weeks.
going on here?
Oop,
Shoot, I tried
GovX.
that
Oh,
yesterday. Yeah.
Mpox. Yeah, I guess it's rearing its ugly head again.
Uh, is VRAX? Is that one?
Yeah, VRAX, Mpox.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mpox. GovX. There's a couple others. I can't remember them, but definitely, NVAX. I believe is another one.
I think that's more bird flu, but I may be wrong.
Maybe,
Yeah. Shoot,
maybe.
they all play working on something.
Yeah. Okay, my friend, I'll take
All
over
right.
now.
All
I got
right,
the.
Barry. Have a good one, buddy.
Thank you. Okay,
All
I'll
right,
see you
man.
in a
Everybody
couple of
have a
weeks.
good weekend. Bye bye.
Both rooms, music's going, and hallelujah for me. Hallelujah, guys. I got kind of what I wanted out of the Iridium. Okay, I was hoping to get maybe 40 cents. No, I did a reboot, so let me. Might have to. I was very, very happy to see this little move here on that 15-minute chart. So I got up to 264. I was in at actually, I got 50 cents, almost 50 cents on this. That's right. I was in at 10, 29.10. No, I got out at 50. I got out at 50 as it came back down. So yeah, I got about 40 cents on that move. It took a long time, but patience worked for me in that regard. And I'm seeing the market. Market is now the Dow is positive, Nas a little bit negative. So it looks like we're back. We could have another positive open. You have a question on the recent update? Okay, Rich, fire away. No gizmo. That's why I do. Every time you hear me say, "Okay, I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes," that's what I do. I get up and, I mean, I have a workout during my when I'm off, the 12 to 1 Eastern. But when I get up, when I say I'm putting myself on mute, I'm usually getting up and walking around for a minute or so. Can't reset alerts from charts. Can't reset alerts from the charts. Okay. So you're talking about price alerts, right, Rich? Okay. I see. I do know what you mean. Well, let's see if I can. Now, the problem is going to be this, is that I'm not on your build, okay? Now, Pepe may be, but always on a development build. I'm on this 5.6.101. You're probably on 5.6.95, right? But let me put a price alert. Okay, there's a price alert. And can I drag it? Let's see. I don't often do that. So I can drag it. So you're saying you can't do what I just did? Oh, there is a recent. Oh, so 101. So you guys are basically with me now. Help and about. That's what I'm on, 101. Well, I don't know what to say because now I'm wondering if they're forcing you, to be on the, no, this is the old chart. What about here? These are the new charts, call them the new charts. Let me see if I can do it on the new chart. Yep. So I'm not sure. Yeah, but you do see what I'm doing, Rich. You do see what I'm doing. There's a price alert and I'm moving it around on the chart, no problem. Well, let me get rid of this. Well, I'll go to another chart. I'll go to another. So I'm on GovX, okay? So let's say I put a price alert. I want to see if it moves back down. Okay, so there it is. You can see the blue line. Well, I tried on both, Pepe. So this is the HTML chart. So there's you can see the blue line, I hope. And now I'm just going to grab it and move it, and it just moved. I'm going to grab it, move it up. Can you see the blue line moving on my chart, up and down? And then when I release, it's there. So I don't know why it's not. And I think I'm on the same version of you guys. Well, this is on the okay, but if you're using the like these are the HTML charts, okay? It more than likely is green, right, on yours? Well, it's on these go no go charts that they're going to be blue. I don't even know if I have an option to change it. But yeah, I'm on the this is the desktop version. I'm on the desktop version, but I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, they'll still it is well, if it's green, that means it's triggered. If it means it's triggered. Yeah. So at that point, I'm not sure you can move it. I've never actually tried to move something that is triggered. Let me see if I can trigger this one. But that was let me do another one. I've never actually tried to trigger something that okay, so now it's green. Okay, so now you're saying you can't move this. Oh, okay, you can move it. Interesting. Well, I could move. I've never tried. I've never actually tried to move a triggered one. I usually just get rid of it. But I was able to do it. I was able to do it. So I'm not sure. So when you say reset it, so now you moved it, so that reset it, right? You can do it. Okay. I don't know what to say. I'm on 101. Granted, it is a development version, but it should be about the same. Move it to another place. Okay. Okay. I did. So I took that green. I took that green when it triggered. I moved it higher. It's blue. I'm now moving it higher. I moved it lower. I'm able to move it all over the place. So, and what happened is I moved it lower underneath and it triggered. So I don't know what's going on for you. But you said you did a video on it, so maybe they can help you. I know I can't. If I could duplicate it, but I cannot duplicate what your problem. That I can do. So you have to be on our HTML charts. Okay, number one. So right click and make sure you have click use browser interface. Okay, number one. And you say you're on 0.101, so that should be fine. You're on a good version. So if you right click on a chart, make sure use browser interface is checked. Okay. Once that's checked, in this whole line of where the buy sell is, you should see now something that says FX. So let me know. I'm going to stop just to you're going to tell me whether or not you do see FX. But make sure your chart is big enough. One of the problems with people if they got a small chart, this all gets jammed in. You have to have your chart big enough so you can see this. But can you see the FX now? Or that I'm pointing to? Rich? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it's simple. All you have to do is just right click on your chart and make sure use browser interface is checked. Once that's checked, that's it. Okay, okay, and then you should see FX. You should see FX as one of the options where it says buy, sell. There's a whole list of options. One of them is FX. If you click on it, click on FX, and then where it says trade wave, click on it. And now you're in the trade wave. Now, give it a, it may not happen instantly. Give it, 5 or 10 seconds. Sometimes it's instant. Okay. Now I just clicked on it and now I can see the trade wave. And then eventually, sometimes you'll get a buy flag. Sometimes you'll get a short flag. And it all depends, whether you get these flags or not, all depends on because some people will say to me, well, I don't have a buy flag and you have a buy flag. Well, I'm on a 3-minute chart. If you're on another time frame, you may not have that flag. Is the race on display the afternoon? I don't have an afternoon race as such. What I did was the reason why it's looks a little bit different is I rebooted Trade Ideas. Okay, so it's not an afternoon race as such, though I actually don't mind doing the reboot when I have my break between 12 and 1 because yeah, I will get different stocks in here more than likely in both of them. Okay, in both of them. So we could call it an afternoon race, but it wasn't sort of designed. Okay, Rich, so are we yes, so Rich, that's the only way. That's the only way. Oh, are you asking me to show you how? Because that's the only way you can start a race is from a top list. So is that the question? How do you do it from a top list? Okay. So all races are start from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click on this race, okay, and one of the options is open top list. Oh, it actually showed up in this monitor. Normally it shows up on my other monitor. So this is a top list window. Notice if I right click on the top list window, I launch a real-time stock race from a top list window. Okay. So now it's up to you, of course, to have whatever you want in your top list window. What I want is this. So this is the top list window that I've constructed. So as long as it's between the prices between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up 2% from the close, then it's going to be a stock in this huge list of stocks. Or okay, it'll show up in this huge list of stocks. So now all you do is you just launch this. Now you just launch it from there. Now, how like you have to pick your own. I'm going to hit this. And here's the race setup, okay? This is all in the guide, okay? This is all in the guide. And here is your race setup. How long do you want the race to run? What is it based on? Change from the open. This I would have delta value. I haven't looked at this for so long. I've had the same setup for forever. I want it to start at 9:30. Okay. So when the market opens, this race will start. I have it on auto rerun. All this is in the guide though, okay? I don't expect you to, take all this in at one glance. All this is in our guide, and I'll show you how to get there. But that's it. I mean, you just set up your own top list window of whatever you want, the parameters you want to show the stocks you want, and then you just launch the race from it. And again, to see, if you go to the guide, and that's where I found Iridium. Okay, that's where I found Iridium earlier. Not in this race. So again, if you click on my homepage, I may as well go over my homepage one last time anyway. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the education section right there, click here, and then user guide right here. And then you'll see we have a section stock racing. Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to give you a promo code. Obviously, do not use this promo code. Okay. Where are we here? The very 15. So I'm going to give you a promo code with a special link. Okay. And all I ask is that if you are going to take out a subscription, maybe today or sometime next week, please use this code or this link. Oops. Report. Give me a moment. Okay, so you see where it says Our Rescue 22? When you click on it, so if you use that link that I put in there, okay, then you'll come right here and use Rescue 22, okay? Rescue 22, and that'll get you 22% off. I think it's good till the 5th, which is when? Oh, right. Wait a minute. Till when? To the 23rd. I'm sorry, to the 23rd. So it's good until Monday. So really, including Monday. So use it today or over the weekend or including Monday. I'll be gone on Monday. So the reason I asked to use that code, okay, that link, is because then the room will get credit for the subscription. And all about trying to keep the room free. All right. And if you do click on my homepage link, though, then instead of using this code to get trade ideas or the 15, just in here, you got to give your email address and just type in when it asks you, jump in now. It's going to ask for an email address and then they'll ask for the code. Just type in Rescue 22 if you do it from my homepage. Otherwise, please use that link. Again, the room will get credit for the subscription. Now, let's talk a little bit about what more you can find on my homepage. So there's the getting started. First thing you got to do when you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Okay, you must do it. It is 10 short videos. It'll get you started. That's why we call Get Started 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, series of videos designed just for you, Trading 101, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. And here are my scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. So these are the ones that I'm displaying. The biggest candles from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes over here. Relative strength leaders here. And the upside movers versus downside movers here. Okay. I do have my momentum scan is on my other, which is right there, and right over here. And as you can see though, and and I'm one more. This stuff, this is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, so these are two races. This has a couple of additional filters compared to this one. Okay, and I put a market cap of at least 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Consequently, you just don't get, the huge movers percentage-wise, but that's where I found the iridium earlier today, and I'm very happy, and it took a long time, but it did definitely work out well for me. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, look at this market move like this. So SPY is still down a little bit. Dow is up. Tech is down. NAS is down just a little bit. Yeah, I see GameStop is still kind of back up. Now, I mentioned to keep an eye on the OKLO. I mean, it did move from, I mean, it was quick though, fairly quick. It did move off that 8 and it got up to 835. And now it's starting to drift back down. So it's probably done. So, guys, this one still has a shot, I think. Okay. This one still might have a shot to be that late day mover. Okay. The BNZI, because it's kind of basing here, kind of basing here when you look at a 15-minute chart. And so if we get some volume to come back, take a look at it on the, yeah, I mean, on the 3, I mean, it's been very choppy, but if you look at a 15-minute chart, you can kind of see that it's basing a bit. So my feeling is that if it gets over 6 again, okay, on some volume, okay, we need volume, popping it through 6, it may have that late day run. And again, they did a 1 for 50 reverse split. So that float is actually more like, we'll call it 500,000 shares. And in the pre-market, this did get up to $9. So that's what I think traders would be looking at. If it can somehow get through 6 on some volume, and it might have a bit of a run. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying it's going to get back up to 9, but I think that's what traders will look at. Now they may also look at the intraday high, but that'd be still far enough away. 760. Boy, Rivian's had a terrible day. RIVN. It has been basically straight down. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look at this now. I mean, this is all the excitement was a Volkswagen, right? Volkswagen, some kind of a deal with Volkswagen, I believe. And that looked really, I mean, I got that stock up to almost $19. And that was back in July. And that was it. Since then, 19 down to basically 12. And look left, look where it could go. 1030 is the low on the weekly chart. So this little scan here, this upside versus downside, this can give you some short opportunities. Anything in red. Boy, GCT looks just like Rivian on a 15. Ah, maybe. Yeah, that sounds. I did read some bleak news about Volkswagen a while back, maybe sometime this week, I believe. So while I was on my break, yeah, this one had a nice big pop here, guys. What time was that? Well, just after I got back, actually, AVNS, a big pop up to 25.37, and then a drop of $1. So they're doing the furlough thing too. Okay. Thank you, Spanky. Another company was doing that too. think I read this morning some other company is doing the furlough. Okay, so when I take off at about 2:30 or so, William says he will keep the room open until 3:30. Okay. And remember, guys, I'm off all next week. Chris will open the room unless William gets there first. And I trust everybody will be a good boy or girl. Well, there's a part of me that I might even get lazier. Draw has all those things in the pre-market. You guys see everything. I mean, I know he's got to be using either my pre-market actives or a version of it. There's a part of me that says, you know what? Maybe get here a quarter after 9 and open the room, but not do any work. Just look at. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Okay, remember now. So this is the relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, so if you look at this one, BATL, this is up. You can see 122%. You can see there it is. You can also run these on like differently. So let me show you what I mean. Remember now, tree maps start off from a top list also. So if I open the top list, if I so this is just a top list window, okay? So just like the races, tree maps start off from a top list window. Now it's all about the sort. So if I right click now on this and click on configure, or click on configure and then sort. So notice I'm sorting on the change from the close. What if I sort on the change from 5 minutes? Let's see what happens. How does that change it? Let me go to the tree map now. You see what happened? So now this is looking at the biggest changes in 5 minutes. Okay. This doesn't mean that this has moved 86% in 5 minutes, but this is now showing you that this stock moved the most, like, well, in 5 minutes with this list of stocks, the top six are right here. So you look at a 15-minute chart, you can kind of see that. And you can do the sort as long as you have it here. So if you wanted to sort on the change in 15 minutes, you just have to add it as a column, okay? I'm trying to confuse people, but I mean, you can run these tree maps on different scenarios and you'll get a different look. You'll get different symbols. But I'm going to keep it on the how I had it before. Oops. Now, if you want to do it from the open, yeah, from the opening print, again, you will see, you'll have a very different look. Now, my question is, how do you get this to show the actual percent? I've never tried that. I'm sure Pepe knows. Because what it's still doing, it's still referring to how much it has changed from the open. Well, I can't remember how to. I'm sure there's got to be a way. I just can't remember how to do it. At any rate, That's all I'm saying though. You can have different symbols in here depending on what you're looking for, how you sort it. You know, relative volume. What's got the most relative volume today? You know, I mean, you see some of the usual suspects, but you will get different ones. Hmm. Well, William, that's like finding, well, in the old days, well, no, even now. Well, I don't, who has cash anymore? You know, but finding a $20 bill in your jeans that you didn't know was there. Well, iridium, okay. Where you said iridium may bounce off the VWAP. Let's take a look at it. IRDM. I'm surprised it had that sort of a move. I really am. That move here. I don't really see a lot of volume in it either. Maybe that's why I could not sustain it. I mean, look at the volume. Yeah, there wasn't like a big volume burst. It was basically the same. Look, maybe on the three. Let's take a look at the three. I mean, not really. There was more volume back here. I mean, so this was a bit of a volume burst, but not a big one. But something lit a charge into it, which was great for me. So, guys, in order to keep my interest here, are there are there any questions? How did this MIR end up doing? Not bad, you know. I mean, oh man, in fact, great. I can't remember where I was talking about it. I know earlier, and I think there were a couple of reasons why, I wouldn't take it. Well, I know why. Yeah, the 200-day moving average was there, and it broke through that, but now it's right at that high here, which is the same as, so that's 2 weeks ago. That's the high of 2 weeks ago. You can see that bar right there. That is the high of that bar right there. 1082 is the high. Daniel, I cannot answer that. Maybe William can. In the past, we would have said the halving event, but of course, the halving event is long gone. But the miners have really, I mean, the miners have really lagged for a long time. Okay. I mean, what is the high of Bitcoin? Is it 70? Or let me take a look at IBIT. 70 something? 74,000. Yeah. So let me, so on a weekly, so that looks like that's the high right here for IBIT, which I guess, or maybe up here. But you can see that Mara, if you look at the Mara has not if even was not coming close to its highs. Okay. Now a lot of that was because of the halving event, but I mean Mara is, nowhere close. So I just think the miners, but then William is saying it's confounding to him. So I don't know enough about all these the Mara and Riot. I mean, I kind of know what they do, and I we all know why they were dropping before the halving event. But I mean, look at Riot. Woo, look at Sava now, guys. Somebody mentioned Sava yesterday. Sava. Woo. This is just happening now. Sava. Ah, okay. Thank you, William. So that is the reason then. Who is Matt Naktrab? He bought $70 million of Sava, and now he's selling it. Okay, he's some. He's always got some money. Is it a fund or an individual? But it has come right back. It's trying to come right back. Just a retail investor, really. Hmm. Nice to have 80 million to throw around. What if you made money on it? Let's see how Banzai is doing. It's still hanging in there, guys. I'm telling you, it is hanging in there. Again, I think if it can get through six with some volume, this could be the one that's going to have the late dayer. Could be. Air Sculpt Technologies. Air Sculpt. Okay. They have fat removal treatment. Okay. Yeah. Another low float, 12.9 million in the float. Well, this has been a very choppy one. The NNE, so SMR, NNE, very even on a 15-minute chart. Have these wide ranges moving down. You know what? BYRN. I think early on in the day, this was starting to. Yeah, early on in the day, this was, or maybe this was yesterday. Nice. No, this was yesterday. Nice day again today. Yeah, above yesterday's high. There's Celsius, guys. I think this one is just showing up. Yeah, look at this one. ENFN, guys. ENFN just showing up. Is interviewing investment um, options, including a sale. Okay. So that is ENFN just showed up and it just got halted. Just got halted. ENFN just got halted. People ask, do we have news and stuff like that? Well, you know what? There was your news. All I did, I just clicked on it, boom, and right down here it was showing up. And so by the time you would read that news, it's already halted. I think because that news hit at 1344, 144 in Interactive Brokers. So that just zoomed up. So William is salivating right now. Okay, there must be a lot of shorts for you. I've got 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers. Look where it got to. It got right to that high here on the weekly chart. Yeah, 978, and it's halted at 975. Now let's see where it could open. This blue screen has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's your halt at 975. This column here is trying to give you a bit of a hint as to where it could open once it opens. No big clue. Well, let's look at it on a monthly chart. But yeah, you're right. I mean, well, it's going right into that weekly resistance anyway. But let's take a look at a monthly chart. Wow, a lot of block. Looks like a lot of blockage even on a monthly chart, Todd. Between here and 10. Don't often see that. So this could turn into a juicy little short. Oh, I see your comment, Jason, about aphasia. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really see a massive move, Todd, volume wise. Just looking at this 3 minute chart, and all these little bars are around the same height. Looking at a 15, I mean, they're all around the same height. Not yet, anyway. I don't see the volume. I mean, maybe, 114. But you like to see like a volume bar like that or even that. Well, that's how you zoom now. But it's still pretty tight looking, on this 3 minute chart. And imagine we get like okay, we get a volume bar like the one at 1136, that big volume bar on the green side. All right, let's see what happened. ENFN. EFN. Wow. William, you probably couldn't get it though. That went so quickly. Ah, okay. Because that went so quickly. Well, guys, unless I see something really like maybe if the banzai, if it does do something crazy, like lots of volume breaking through six, I'm probably done. Ah, William's favorite stock, XCH. 5 years from now, if I'm still here, you'll do the same thing. Why did XCH drop? Well, Andy and I were looking at that one in YouTube. I don't know if you're in YouTube, Todd, when Andy was looking at ZVRA maintain. I think that's probably a rehash. I may be wrong. First FDA approved treatment for ultra rare neurodegenerative disease. Well, it's ultra rare, so it's obviously not a big market. And then this is what you're talking about, raised from 18 to 20. Okay, give me a moment, stretch moment, guys. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm now back. So this one, this JHX, I've seen it in the past, but I don't think I've ever traded it. All-time high. JHX, James Hardy Industries. Well, look what they do. They provision of provision fiber cement siding and backer board. Yeah, thank you, William. Yeah. So I guess that would be materials in terms of a sector. Well, manufacturing. Maybe. I don't know if this would be like new homes or also. I don't know. Goes with both. Okay. You know what, guys? I saw this one at $8 earlier, right around here. I thought, oh, well, whatever. But this is NEXN. I mean, I don't think I've seen this one, but yeah, I have. I do recall that. I know the name of this NEXN, but just, one of these companies out of Israel, one of these companies that just sort of sleepily went up all day. from 8 to 827. Not a massive move, but good enough. My goodness, retired Fido. You're making it into the main room now. Usually you're only in Yahoo. Because there can only be one retired Fido. I don't believe there could be two of them. Well, it must be you, YouTube. Glad to be of service on the OKLO. Look at Dawn here. I mean, Day One Pharmaceuticals. I do recall seeing Dawn back weeks and weeks ago doing this, basically basing now, but popping through the 200-day moving average. You guys may want to watch this next week. Okay, you may want to watch, especially if it can get over 15, because the next high looking left is 1642, and then you've got 1674. I don't know if it has earnings on the fourth. Are you kidding me? Is this guy still around? What? I thought this guy was banned from speaking forever. Seriously, I'm not. I mean, Martin one of the hardest names to pronounce. Shkreli, Shkreli. But you know this guy. So he tweets, "The stock Don is a good long idea, probably doubles." I thought he was banned. Yeah, exactly. The pharmacy bro. Okay, well, banned from owning but not commenting. Okay. Well, at any rate, regardless of what he says, you can kind of see on the weekly chart if it can get over 15, could have a little bit of a run. Yeah, I saw Shady saying market might drop. Yeah, it might. So this is when I think, okay, the VWAP was 912. Okay, what did it get to? It got right back down, sort of into the VWAP area. That was for the NFN. I mean, it's kind of holding. All right, guys, I've got maybe another half hour or less left. Rum, Rumble. Let's see what's happening with the Rumble. RUM. Man, the slow looking left on the weekly chart is 490 or so, 489. Well, it's a pretty boring party now, retired. Well, there was news on it. Davey Ray, where were you when we were talking about it? They were looking to maybe sell themselves. Okay, interviewing investment banks to explore options, including a potential sale. When you said you could not find any news on it, where did you look, just out of curiosity? Now, be honest. If you're lazy, you didn't look at all. Okay. TradingView. Okay. Well, no, that's why that was almost what you call instant news from Interactive Brokers. Okay. 'Cause that hit virtually the same time. Okay. Well, I don't quite understand what this is going to be. Maybe you can explain it, William. I don't know. It says that GME trading higher. The stock, which has gained attention from retail investors, may benefit from tonight's index rebalance. So, what's that all about? The index rebalance, and why would that affect GME? Yeah, I don't recall that it was added or deleted, because I don't recall that it was ever added. You're talking about like the S&P 600 mid cap, and then you got the small cap. You got it in the 400. You got all these. Okay, yeah, I don't recall that it was part of any one of those, but I may be wrong. And I can't imagine it would get added, to be honest. Own biologic. Oh, let's take a look at Bonsai. Bansai. No, still nothing. Still nothing. This is a little weird. Watch what happens here. I put on the FX trade wave. It was on. Now watch. There. See? Now it's on. Well, of course, it won't do it for you guys, and then it turned off automatically. Okay. All right. X Cur. This was moving down this morning. The last time I saw it, X Cur in the pre-market. So now it has gone positive. It has gone positive. This was moving down this morning. It was actually negative, and now nice move all day. X Cur, little buy flag right there. I guess this is new on the charts, guys. You want to zoom in and out. You've got to. Well, I guess it's actually easier now. And this little pop up. I guess when you go into the volume area, this pops up. So this is how you can kind of move around on the charts now. And that's on the latest version, which I guess is 101 now. So you guys are, I think we're using the same version now. So I'm on a development version of 101. So I don't know what difference it might be, but now the fact that it's Friday and Friday afternoon and all, we may not get that move from Bansai. Tempest AI, guys. This little pop here. Some volume came into Tempest AI. Now on the daily chart, there looks like there's well, maybe a little bit of room. 54.62 actually. There is a little bit of room on the daily chart. Looks like the next high looking left is about $1.50 away. Okay, that is Tempest or TEM. Some excitement is coming into it. And this is probably right for William on a potential short. And that's TEM. So you could be on 5.6.101 if you want, Todd. I think that's the latest beta. Let me just make sure. Somebody said that was the latest one. Yeah. So this is yeah. So this is the latest version now of the beta. I would, the beta's fine. This is just showing you all the differences, or the from I guess the last production version. And understand that eventually, everybody's going to have to be using the HTML charts. Yeah, look at this pop here for IMRX guys. After it did it did get up to 383. It did get up here and pulled back through the 200-day moving average. Now it's popped back up through the 200-day moving average. I think if you click on, well, a couple ways. I think tools, maybe options, and upgrade. Okay, and if you're not up to date, it'll tell you. So tools, options, and then upgrade, and then it'll tell you. That's one way. There's probably another way, maybe in the account or help and about. Well, that'll tell you. Well, oh, I see. Well, that'll tell you. Yes, that'll tell you the version you're on. I see. Sorry. Now I understand. You meant what version you're on. I was reading it if you wanted to see if you were up to date. So that won't tell you if you're up to date or not. That'll just tell you what version you're on. I don't think I don't think it's going to tell you, and there's a that you're not up to date here. I don't think so anyway. So if you want to know though, probably just go to tools, options, and then upgrade, and then it'll tell you if you're up to date. Whose charts do you use, William? Must be your broker's charts, right? Who are you using? Oh, okay. TradingView. Okay. Yeah, we link well with TradingView. Our charts have improved immensely over the last, I don't know, well, a year ago I was cursing them. Okay. And the reason I was cursing them is that I would click on an alert, and then I would sit here for 5, 6, 7 seconds before they would load. But now they're fine. Was that all about the buy zone and sell zone and all that, William? Really? Okay. Okay, guys, I've got maybe 10 minutes left. So if you've got any questions, fire away. Well, I'll be out of here in the room, but I'll be hovering around my computer for sure. But the things I can do at my desk, well, so I'll still have this up and running. And yeah, my only issue is Friday afternoon. It just may not happen. There's no news on this one that I can see. It's just a reverse split of yesterday. So there's no news on this one. Even if even fluffy news, there's just no news at all that I can find anyway. So it all depends, how many people are still going to be hanging around on a Friday afternoon. I don't mean in this room, just in general. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's just completely has dried up. Which, when you look at it, the stock has traded 57 million shares. So basically, double well, that float is incorrect now. So it is basically 100 times the float now. Because that float now is about half a million. Or this SOC from our AI continue to move down a little bit more. SOC. This movie, this way of displaying the data is very attractive in my opinion. There's the mobile eye, another new low. I wonder if Interactive Brokers has something like that, LRC. I mean, I know they do, but you were saying you could not get it to work on your charts because your charts obviously had a way in which you could put LRC. I haven't looked at. Well, it's funny. Well, unfortunately, though, Interactive Brokers now does have charts, sort of. Yeah, they do have the trading view charts, but you can't put, you just can't put them. I don't think you can put like studies like that on these charts. Or Pepe, maybe or you're very limited to the number of studies, the type of studies you can put on the on because this is an Interactive Brokers chart, but this is basically what TradingView looks like, I guess. They've got to deal with them, but I don't think, but it's not full blown. I don't think you can either. Yeah, they got they have the linear regression slope, and they've got the linear regression curve, and I don't think that that helps. You can add, but anyway, it would probably just complicate my life anyway. Okay, guys, for those of you who are still in YouTube, I'm going to put the link to get into the main room. If you want to head over, I'll be taking off very soon. How about their newest, their latest version? Whatever they keep trying to pump it up or pump me or tell me to use it. Are you using it? Okay. So if you click on my link, oh, well, maybe. Let me see. Okay. So if you click on my link, I'm talking to people or the people who are in YouTube right now. Okay. So if you click on my link, there is the trading room. If you want to head over, William will keep the room open until about 3:30, he said. Okay. For now, so I'm going to take off. Well, let's just see. Let's just see. I'll load that chart again, and you tell me. Of course, I have no idea how to change the time frame in here. But let me just add. I'll just, I'm on a daily chart, so I'll just add, and that slope, as it or curve. So this is what I'm seeing. I can see this blue line, blue line, blue line, blue line. So is that telling me anything? Why are some stocks in AI red? You mean for short? You mean the S for short? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Like S for short, L for long? Is that what you mean? So here's a 5-minute chart, and there's this line. So are you suggesting that it follow? Well, I don't know what you're suggesting to be honest, but so Corvette, is that what you meant? Why are some stocks in AI red? Is that what you meant? Thank you, Rich. Don't forget stocks and caps. All right, guys, it's 2:30. I don't see any other questions. Corvette, I don't know if I answered your question. I'm not on mute, so I don't know if I answered your question. Why are some stocks in AI red? I don't know if I answered your question or not. If you're talking about the short, the L that's in red, or well, Corvette, I'll stick around. Just thank you, David, in our YouTube room. I'll stick around. I don't know. Maybe can you hear me or not? I don't want to leave you hanging on this question you've got, but I just need I need further information, I guess. Okay, well, I guess you've gone. Okay, guys, we'll see you September 30th, which is Monday, September 30th. Thank you, Pepe. Monday, September 30th. Now, I want everybody to be really civil, like you always are. Okay, Chris will open the room. He will pop in every now and then. There's not going to be somebody live on the mic all the time, and or screen sharing. Okay, he'll pop in every now and then, and we'll see you guys back on Monday, September the 20th, or December the 30th. Okay, I'm going to shut down everything now. Well, I'm not shutting down the main room. I'm just going to get rid of the screen sharing and put myself on mute. And YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down. Yeah, we'll see you in Montreal. Yes, Montreal. I better start pronouncing it Montreal. Okay, guys, so I'm shutting down YouTube right now.